Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jack Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in one ton of mirror. Like Pharaoh getting plagued from the hands of the creator. Locusts devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most that the curious unload. Contents under pressure. About to explode like Lufarino. Mean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like I wonder from an oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
Resistance is futile. We got momentum on Google. Invent the doctor dances cause our views get futile. It's brutal. So expensive, penny speed, and let the ball and symbols on suspended sentence.
Self-suppression of evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate balance cause like the president your 10 hands. Your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method, yes, you guess it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like
Oh, I declare.
it's a state of emergency, the president ascends. So don't expect a remedy, depend on the humanity. It's enough forgiving that you can't resist the skin. So give yourself a movement and still feel the war emotional you see.
Cross cautiously. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
It's like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurewitz behind the controls. This is Brett. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like Shona Knife. Never fear, though I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine. Stand all night, I gotta write. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night. R.I.P. Todd.
Round robin, your questions, comments, wagers, give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
Can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight for the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, take us that star-spangled banner yet wave, for the land of the brave and the home of the brave.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
You are tuned in to the Round Robin with Stephen Murray on Deep End Broadcasting.
Anytime I'm in these streets, no money left to spend. Still thinking about the night before I pray is all the best. Way up ahead, I see the crowd and flashing through the lights. I run to see the college.
Still very summer-like here on the East Coast. It is 7:20 a.m. Eastern Standard Time from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. This is the Round Robin NFL Week 5 breakdown of every wagering angle on the board. I am Stephen Murray, your host. We are in year 3 of this program and full steam now into October as we have quote-unquote October football. Wherever you're listening to us or tuning in, watching us on our YouTube channel around the world, we welcome you in. If you're new to this program, here's the gist of how this thing flows for us this morning. Basically, what we'll do is we'll talk about the weather and the line changes overnight right now. In fact, we have a lot of movement on these point spreads early on this Sunday morning. We'll get our man Dave Del Grande from Castro Valley, California on after that. He is with Field Level Media, a senior analyst at Stat Factor, and Mr. Fantasy himself. We'll look at the AFC West games, the NFC West games. We'll talk a little baseball to start. See if he's excited about these playoffs. Let's go Mets. And we'll find all the other high-scoring games as well. We'll dig some props out of him and see what we can come up with. Some good picks last week. In fact, if you listened last week, you cleaned house with us, hopefully. We had a very good winning September. We logged a nice win in week 2, a nice win in week 4, and close weeks 1 and 3. So very profitable September here for us in the studio. The Ant-Man with a nice cashing ticket as well.
on his 5 player touchdown score. In fact, I hit my 5 individual player touchdown scores. I hit a couple of random 2 touchdown scores that we built the ticket live on the air. If you follow that and you bet the parlays of the 2s, you were able to cash with Taysom Hill and Chase Brown, which is, a very unique combo for sure. And one Justin Jefferson ticket away from maybe having a 5-digit payout week last week. But man, we did very well and very happy to bring that into week 5 with positive momentum, ending September on a very nice monetary note. And we'll try to parlay that into another winning week 5. Obviously, you get a nice win. You kind of feel like you're unstoppable, and then that's when you lose. So we'll proceed with caution, try not to get overly excited, more work to do, and we'll try to bring home another winning week here in week 5. But we'll talk to Del Grande about all those games we've talked about, NFC West, AFC West, other fun games. We'll come back to the studio. We'll get the survivor picks for today. We'll have Nephew Dave in studio. The Ant-Man is a question mark. We do have a 9:30 a.m. Game, and he's an Aaron Rodgers apologist from forever. So he may be too much involved in that, yelling at the TV to chime in with us. He did send me his tickets, by the way, if we have to go through that with him. But regardless, we'll go through the entire slate, Nephew Dave and myself at least, looking at everything: quarterback rushing yards, running back receiving yards, touchdown scores, 2 touchdown scores, alternative lines, alternative totals. We'll go through the whole gamut and try to come up with some winning formulas here for week 5. So without further ado, let's get it started. I did talk about the playoffs with baseball, and they are underway now. Fantastic games for the most part. The early game was a blowout with Cleveland, and they got on top of early of Detroit. They went 7-0. But how about the Mets rallying down 1-0? Not that big of a rally, but they were virtually shut down by Zach Wheeler, their former pitcher, for the Phillies until the bullpen came up and imploded on that note. So the Mets take a 6-2 win over the Phillies. Shohei Ohtani gets involved in the postseason for the Dodgers. They were able to edge out the Padres, I think 7-5 in that game. And the Yankees win 6-5 over Kansas City in what was an entertaining baseball game as well. We'll have more game 2s today in the National League. That will fill in the late portion of your afternoon if you're on the East Coast, 4 p.m. with the Mets and the Phillies. And then later on this evening, Padres and Dodgers. American League will resume tomorrow. But how about college football as well? And I must admit, I'm on a little bit of a lack of sleep. Not that I tried. I really tried to go to bed early, but somehow I left that Miami, California game on, and what seemed like a 4-hour game. I mean, it didn't end until about 2:15 in the morning, 2:30 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time. And I was up to watch that, but Miami, who was down big, I think 35-10 at one point in the late third quarter, comes back and rallies to win 39-38, I think the final was. No, they won, 39-38. Is that what it was? Anyway, the Miami Hurricanes beat Cal. So if you're trying to wake up early on the West Coast, rooting out for that Cal game to watch your boy Aaron Rodgers play Sunday morning football, and that's going to be a tall task for you this morning. But an exciting game. The Miami Hurricanes do beat Cal. But how about this? All these teams went down yesterday in the NCAA football. Number 1, Alabama loses to Vanderbilt. You saw the goalpost get torn down. We haven't seen that happen in a while. I actually worked at a sports bar in Blacksburg, Virginia. Big Owls, I'll give them a shout out. No longer open. We do miss Big Owls. But when Virginia Tech beat Boston College to go undefeated that season, Michael Vick took the Hokies to the Sugar Bowl to play Florida State for the national championship game. they tore down the goalpost, and they carried one of those goalposts up into Big Al's, where it sat on a ledge, and was signed by all the fans that night. And it hung up there. They had a special shelf for it that they built, and the goalpost made it into the sports bar. So you wonder where the goalpost made it for Vanderbilt. And I remember that was a big deal too, because they wanted to reclaim the property. Obviously, technically, it's stolen from the fans. Excuse me. But back then, cooler heads prevailed, and they allowed Big Al's to keep the goalpost. But quite the scene in Nashville last night with number 1 Alabama going down to Vanderbilt. Number 4 Tennessee loses. They fall to Arkansas. Number 9 Missouri gets destroyed by Texas A&M. Michigan, in a competitive game, loses at Washington. Southern Cal, USC, they lose at Minnesota. And then Louisville, they fall to SMU. So that is 6 teams in your top 25 college football who lost. And Miami got away by the skin of their teeth, basically over Cal, and the baseball playoffs as well. So a warm day across our country, warmer temperatures. Very summer-like, but a very exciting sports afternoon and evening if you paid attention to any of that. We move forward to this morning and the NFL. So let's go ahead and take a look at our updated game lines. And I'll pull those up to make sure that we have them all fresh, although I just updated the ticker right before we came on the air. And we do have a 9:30 a.m. game. It starts in 2 hours. So we'll get right back on the air right when this game is in the first drive or two with Nephew Dave and hopefully the Ant-Man, Dave Del Grande before that. But Vikings minus 2.5, 41.5 is the total there. And I don't have a weather report on London. Let me see if I can draw that up real quick. Weather is not going to be an issue for the most part, except for one game today is going to have some weather issues. And it looks like that most of the rain will hold off in London for the Vikings and the Jets. Minus 2.5, 41.5. Vikings impressive, undefeated. They were one of 2 undefeated teams left in the NFL after 4 weeks. The Jets with a bad loss to Denver last week. Let's see if they rebound there. Coach Salah on the hot seat. Ravens in a NFC AFC North matchup with the Bengals, a big AFC North matchup in that regard. Minus 2.5 for the Ravens, over under 48.5. Ravens look super impressive on Sunday night against the Bills. I think Derrick Henry is an auto play from here on out, to be honest. He's usually an auto play for me anyway. But you know how Tennessee mismanaged him a little bit last year. Baltimore has given him new life. So I think Henry is an auto play for 1 and or 2 touchdowns almost every week at this point. The Bengals, nice win at Carolina last week. We talked about Chase Brown having his breakout game. We look for that to continue as well for Cincinnati. Andy Dalton will take Carolina into Chicago. I think Carolina's a naturally over team at this point. They got Dalton to push the ball. They have no secondary. They'll go against a Bears team that seems to be getting better on offense. Over under 40.5 maybe seems too low here. Minus 3.5 now for Chicago, home against the Panthers. No weather issues in this game. A cooler day in Foxborough, but no weather issues. And the Dolphins are now a 1.5-point favorite. This has swung. New England was a favorite yesterday. Now it is the Dolphins minus 1.5 and 35.5. And I think this actually falls into a system play, doesn't it? Don't we have 2 teams here with the same record here? Let me clarify the record for the Dolphins, because this is now officially a system play, I believe. Let me make sure here that the Dolphins are stuck here on 1 win. They are, but they're both 1-3. And the system play that we have is the only system play that this show has. But what it is when you have a team with the same record or worse, And in division, which is even better, that's the best value is when it's a division game. Conference is second. NFC versus AFC, we kind of throw that out. But we have two teams with identical records, and the road team is the actual favorite here. So the system play would be on the Dolphins here. They are laying 1.5 over under 35.5. They definitely have more talent and the skill spots, but do they have the quarterback that can get them the ball? We'll discuss that all morning long. No weather issues there. Good game with Houston and Buffalo, -1.5 for the Texans, over under 47.5. Another game that can be volatile to the over. Both of these teams capable of scoring points. Houston does have a good defense. Bills' defense was nice, maybe a little exposed last week at the hands of Baltimore. But C.J. Stroud and company host Josh Allen. Marquee matchup, 1 o'clock. Very exciting game to take in the early window of the NFL slate. Indoors there, so no weather issues. We have lots of rain in Florida, and it is right on the cusp of Jacksonville. We expect that storm to monsoon itself potentially here with the Colts. -3.5 are the Jags, over under 45.5. So lots of rain. People are going to back Flacco here to have a nice aerial attack. They're going to back Jacksonville to get off the snide, but weather could be the big issue in this game. So proceed with caution on your props. I know on one of the Ant-Man's tickets, he sent me, he has Joe Flacco for 3 touchdowns and 300 yards passing today. Eek, that might be a tall order if it's really, really swampy down there in Jacksonville. The last 1 o'clock game is 1 o'clock Eastern game is the Washington Commanders -3 and 43.5. No Brian Robinson Jr. for the Commanders, who have been the nicest surprise of the season. Winning tickets on them last week as well, straight up on the money line. They'll host a Browns team that has a lot of questions to answer. A team that I literally do not trust at this point. I have been able to trust the Commanders, but an interesting matchup here. -3 for Washington, 43.5. And we will have no weather issues for that game. No weather issues in San Francisco. It starts the late afternoon games on the East Coast, early afternoon on the West Coast with the 49ers and the Cardinals. San Fran is -7.5 and 48.5. It was 49.5 yesterday. I was telling myself I love the under, and here it is. It's dropping down, of course. So there's line movement in this game as well. The line has moved up towards the Jags. That is a line movement game too. Anything else I missed as far as the line movement? Yes, the Ravens and the Bengals over-under is up a full point from yesterday as well, as is the Jets and Vikings over-under is up a full point from yesterday as well. So all these spreads are moving towards my initial thoughts overall of how things could transpire today. I do like San Francisco. I'm just wondering if this is a death by bludgeoning scenario at the hands of Jordan Mason. Let's just go ahead and beat the Cardinals. We'll run the ball consistently. We'll get a lead. We'll sit on it and let our defense run havoc all over a banged-up Cardinals line. And good luck to their defense stopping our running attack. We'll spread the ball around through the air as needed. I just feel like that's the game plan for San Francisco. We'll get into that more with Del Grande coming up here in a second. Denver and Las Vegas, -2.5 for Denver. 35.5 is the low total in this game. I like Denver in this game, maybe even a survivor type of spot if you really wanted to use the Broncos. It is tricky because it is a divisional game, but it just does not look good for the Raiders. We're talking about Devontae Adams getting traded. I think this is clearly a coaching mismatch as well in this game, with Sean Payton for the Broncos being the better coach. So the Broncos -2.5, 35.5. No weather issues there. Green Bay is at Los Angeles. The Rams -3 for the Packers. They are the road favorite here at Los Angeles, over under 48 in this game at SoFi Stadium. No Christian Watson, it looks like. Romeo Dobbs suspended. Cooper Kupp still out for the Rams. We'll see if Jordan Love can get Wicks and Reed involved. How about Dontavian Wicks? We'll go ahead and post our winning tickets as we go through the morning. I'll do some production work on that as I'm talking to Del Grande. But we'll post the winners from last week. We'll post some of the stuff we have for this week as well. And how about my man Dontavian Wicks cashing out my big touchdown ticket last week? Love him again today. He's been a very profitable player for this show here in the last 2 seasons. And all his extremely good payouts at this point are gone. The Giants are in Seattle. No weather issues there. This line now up to 7. 42.5 is the total in this game. The Giants are a very banged up team at this point. Seattle played very competitively on Monday night against Detroit. Seattle offense is looking very, very nice. We'll see what the Giants have for them this afternoon in Seattle. A night game with the Dallas Cowboys and Pittsburgh Steelers. Old school Super Bowl rematches. Steelers minus 2.5, 43.5. No real hard thoughts on this one yet. Interesting game, though. I could see this being a lower scoring game than 43.5. We'll have to see what the crew thinks about this one overall as we go through the morning. And then tomorrow night, Kansas City on upset alert, at least in my eyes, minus 5.5 and 43.5 at home against the Saints. Appears no weather issues at this point in time. But New Orleans is capable of looking like a very good team at times, the way that they pounded Dallas, the way that they pounded Carolina, which, you got to take that with a grain of salt being week 1 and under the Bryce Young tutelage were the Panthers at that point. Now with Andy Dalton, they're better. But the Saints catching 5.5, maybe too many points at Kansas City tomorrow night. All right, so line movement all over the board this morning. What we'll do is we'll go ahead and we'll queue up our man, Dave Del Grande. I'll get the studio set up with some more graphics. I will get our TV set up in the studio so we can follow along this Vikings-Jets game as it transpires throughout the morning. And we'll look forward to a good day of NFL football. So we'll bring in now our man from the West Coast. We'll talk about the NFC West, the AFC West. We'll find all the other fun games as well. He is a columnist with Field Level Media. He is a senior analyst at StatFactor, and he is the founder of MrFantasy.com himself. Covers the Golden State Warriors, and he has been a longtime friend and contributor to this program. The one and only Dave Del Grande. Start with the baseball playoffs. You said it a couple weeks ago. You get a team like the Detroit Tigers with Scooble and some good pitching, and anything can happen in a short series. I think overall with the playoffs, I think we have some pretty compelling matchups. Should be some good watches. By the time this interview airs, we'll be one game deep in all the series. But I look forward to a fairly entertaining, I think, divisional series overall, American League and National League. Really compelling, especially in the National League, I think, as well. But your thoughts on baseball?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, baseball finds a way to shoot itself in the foot. In terms of, particularly at this level, because when you get to this point, you've got some pretty powerful teams in baseball this year. There's no doubt about it. I mean, to beat the Phillies, to beat the Dodgers, to beat the Yankees, you need to be firing on all cylinders. And unfortunately, I don't think these teams are firing on all cylinders now based on the schedule. I mean, you mentioned Scooble. He couldn't even pitch game 1. I mean, it's a 5-game series. And if you have, I remember the old days, Verlander pitching against the A's when I thought the A's were the better team, but they couldn't beat Verlander. And if you face him in game 1 and game 5, well, then you're really up against it. You need to sweep the other 3 games. And that's the kind of thing where if Detroit's going to upset, one of the powerhouse teams, they need Skubal pitching twice. And that's not going to happen in this series unless, A, they get to a game 5, and B, they pitch him on short rest then, which they've been very protective of him. So it really hurts the schedule, really hurts their chances. The Yankees come in, they've got all their ducks in a row, well rested, number 1 pitcher going in the opener, which sets them up to go later in the series as well. I think at this point, what you're going to see, and the same is true. I mean, imagine the Mets. What a great first series they had. But now they get right back on a plane, head to a new site, and end up pitching a guy who hasn't pitched in 3 months or however long it's been. And so, it's just not a good recipe for beating these top teams. Yeah, the first series were fun to watch, especially with the little guys having their day, the Padres looking so good, the Tigers looking so good. But I think the Cinderella's lost her slipper. I find it very hard to believe that Philadelphia, the Dodgers, or the Yankees are going to lose the second round series. I mean, and it's I'm not one of these conspiracy guys saying, well, this is exactly what baseball wants when they set up the schedule like they do. But it is exactly what they want. And if you're going to give anybody a break, it's going to be the repeat teams that do well in the regular season. And who does well in the regular season? Well, the big market teams do. The $300 million payroll teams are going to dominate the regular. Heck, the Dodgers haven't lost a division title in 12 years or something. So they've got the Yankees, they've got the Phillies, they've got the Dodgers, and this is exactly what they want. If they could have scripted it, oh man, they're all set to meet in the championship series. So I don't know. I don't share your enthusiasm because I'm not someone who's rooting for Dodgers and Yankees just so I can watch Ohtani play against Judge. I'd rather see the Tigers than the Padres. Haven't we seen that once before? And I don't see how we're gonna get there.
So in recent years, the rust factor has been a big deal. So you don't see that potentially throwing a kink into your thoughts there.
It's there's I think you can say as many examples of it has been a factor and it hasn't been a factor. I mean, I think that any team out there would tell you they'd rather be sitting in the Yankees position today than to be sitting in the Tigers position. And so, is rest a possible factor? Yes. But would you rather be rusty and have your ace pitcher going twice in the series? Or would you rather be tired and not have your ace pitcher going twice and hope that you've carried over a little momentum? I don't buy it. I mean, statistics could tell you, you can script any story that you want. And I just think this is one of these things where you got to look at it from a practical standpoint. And there isn't, as I said, there isn't one team in the world that would trade places, wouldn't trade places with the Yankees right now.
All right, let's go football heavy. So we've talked about the trade line in the trade deadline in past years. Maybe not as busy as we anticipated that it could be. Could you see a scenario where this is a pretty busy trade deadline coming up for the NFL?
The problem with the trade deadline is people assume that the trades are as easily made in football as they are in baseball, where we see a ton of trades at the deadline,
right?
And basketball, where we see, basketball tends to be overblown, but we tend to see a couple of nice trades. it is very, very difficult to make trades in the NFL with their cap situation, with all the, everybody gets their money up front. So, to trade a guy, you end up taking a lot of the dead cap space. And so and you're not getting, that great, it's kind of
usually get lower draft picks in return.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing. On draft day, people, teams go crazy on draft day. They'll trade 3 first-rounders to move up to number 3 in the draft and draft Trey Lance. But now, midway through the season, they won't give you a 4th-round pick for Devontae Adams.
Right.
It doesn't make any sense to me, but a lot of it has to do with the finances of the situation. I can't imagine that there's going to be a whole lot of movement. Yeah, it sounds like there could be. There's certainly teams who have been able to do stuff surprisingly in the past, like Kansas City, out there looking. But that doesn't mean you're going to end up getting somebody. I can't imagine that Devontae Adams hasn't played his last game for the Raiders. I've talked before on this show about, what a good soldier he's been in a terrible situation in the last couple of years. Well, the situation has gotten worse, especially for him. And, they're just a terrible team with no quarterback. I don't understand how you can go into an NFL season in this kind of shape. I think it's finally worn him out. And I think he's gotten to the point where I thought he would have been maybe even a year ago, where he just doesn't want to be there anymore. And so that could get ugly. It could force a trade. And so if I had to pick one guy who would be the most likely guy to be on a new team after the deadline, it would be Adams. So would they trade him to Kansas City, a rival in the division? I find that hard to believe. There are other teams obviously out there that are looking. So to answer your question, I think it's going to be a dud.
Okay. Where do you think Adams potentially actually lands? Where do you think he fits in the best?
Well, we've discussed this before as well. Obviously, my thinking hasn't carried a lot of weight yet, but we'll see how it plays out. People talk about Buffalo because Buffalo lost their 2 receivers from last year, and wouldn't that be a spot where you'd bring him in to where Diggs was last year? It would be a nice transition. Problem is, as I discussed, this has worked for Buffalo. The Jim Harbaugh college football thinking that we're just going to open a new can of wide receivers every 4 years, pay them the minimum, and get maximum production out of these young guys who in many cases are just as good as the old guys. I don't think Buffalo has skipped a beat at all. Maybe they've even gotten better since they got rid of their 2 starting wideouts. I don't know why all of a sudden they decide that, well, let's go pay $30 million to a wide receiver, just to get us back to where we were last year. Well, that doesn't make any sense. He might fit in Buffalo. You said, well, if he went to Buffalo, it would make Buffalo a better team. On paper, yes, but I'm not sure Buffalo is really all that concerned right now about becoming a better team. I think they're pretty happy with where they are. This is another tough game for them this week. These games in the next couple of weeks obviously will help. If you go from 3-0 to all of a sudden 3-3 or 4-3, and now you're not sitting as high on the horse as you were 3-4 weeks ago, maybe you make a deal. But Buffalo can win a game like this against Houston. I think it's even less likely that they're going to go out there and make a trade. So you asked me where he might go. I'm going to say that he's not going to Buffalo, even though people think that would be a good destination for him. Like I said, Kansas City is the obvious choice. I don't know what the Rams want to do about their receiver situation. I think how much interest they would have in a big-time guy like that will be determined by how serious Nakua's knee injury is. If they look at him like, oh, man, he's out for the season, and, this ruins careers kind of an injury. We've got Kupp injured as well, and he gets injured quite a bit. Why don't we go out there and solidify ourselves by getting a top-notch wide receiver? I mean, I think that would be a good fit there. But then again, I don't know the situation. And they may be looking at Kupp coming back. I think they got a bye next week, and Kupp coming back the week after that, and Nakua coming back at midseason, in which case, why do we need a third wide out when we've got these other two? So I think that would weigh on them. So, Dallas would love to get him.
I was going to say, Dallas seems like an interesting team to me, just from the sense that I feel like they feel like they missed out on Derrick Henry and getting him in the offseason, and now maybe forced to kind of go all in a little bit to try to improve themselves. And he just kind of seems a little obvious for that spot opposite the CD.
Yeah, and this year, it just seems, and we've talked about this before as well, of all teams in the league, this is it for Dallas. I mean, this is the must-win season for them, especially with Philadelphia seemingly vulnerable, and Washington and New York, maybe a little bit more exciting, a lot more exciting maybe than they've been in recent years, but they aren't winning that division. I think the door is wide open in that division, not only to win the division, but to dominate the division to the extent where you get home field advantage. We've seen the 49ers already slip a couple of times. The NFC Central, where you think, well, Detroit's the best team there. But, yeah, you know what? Minnesota and Green Bay, even Chicago, those are not going to be easy games, seeing those teams twice during the season. There's no way Detroit's going 13-4. Not against those not against that kind of a schedule. So I can see where Dallas thinks, you know what, we get to 12 wins, we can get the top seed in the playoffs. This is our year. Let's go all in on a trade like this. And so, okay, to answer your question, I'm going to say Dallas is the most likely team.
All right. October football. Let's get to the slate. What we do with Dave is we go through our candidates of the NFC West, AFC West. We'll look at all those games, and then we'll look for the fun, higher-scoring games around the rest of the league. And we'll start actually with this one because it sits by itself, and it's the early morning London game. And it is a good game. The Vikings have been very, very nice surprise here. Maybe not a surprise to some, but probably the play of Darnold overall has been a nice surprise to me anyways. And he'll play his former team, the Jets, with Aaron Rodgers, who they had probably one of the worst losses of the season up to date so far, losing at home against Denver. I'm wondering if you can I think that obvious answer is yes, but we talked about coaches on the hot seat. Salah's got to be on a warm of a seat as anybody coaching around the league. You got to figure, especially if the Jets stumble here with the hard schedule coming up as well, it looks like, for New York. But a good game in London overall with the Vikings and the Jets. 40.5 is the total of this game. That seems low to me. It really, really does. The Vikings are the favorite, I think deservingly so, -2.5. I think I like the Breece Hall receiving prop. I think we can go back to this, that one in this game as well. But I could see points being scored in this London game as well. Dave, you're out there in the West Coast. You're going to have to wake up early for this one. What's the percentage of the West Coast people waking up for this to see their boy Aaron Rodgers play? You can answer that as well. But I think an intriguing game to see, say the least, Jets and Vikings. Your thoughts on this one?
Well, not that this is here nor there, but of all days for Aaron Rodgers to be playing a 6:30 a.m. game on a Sunday comes the morning after the biggest college football day maybe ever in Berkeley,
They played the Hurricanes, Miami.
Well, yeah, but not only just, they played games of this level, this teams at this level in the past. They played, USC ranked teams, these kinds of things. But to have the ESPN, celebration day here, all day going on Saturday, night football game, which they don't have that often in Berkeley, late night partying. I mean, there's going to be a lot of people staggering home at 6:30 a.m., let alone getting up at 6:30 a.m. to watch their boy Aaron Rodgers play. I would say that the overall viewership of that game out here will be very, very small, and the viewership in Berkeley may not even exist. That said, I think the Jets should win this game. I think the Jets are a team that is going to improve over the course of the season as Rodgers becomes more familiar with the targets around him. Now, last week, you had Wilson going up against, the Broncos' ace defensive stopper. And I don't know that, when Rodgers, who's made a career of spreading the ball around, I don't think he's the kind of guy that he trusts certain guys. He doesn't trust certain guys. I'm not sure he's really comfortable yet with who he's got. I don't think he's throwing the ball enough to Hall. And this is a game where Minnesota has been very vulnerable to tight ends. And even last week, they gave a big game to Kraft. They gave a big game to Kittle earlier, not that the teams haven't. But they're one of the worst teams so far statistically against tight ends. This is the type of thing that Rodgers usually exploits. He targeted Conklin a lot last week. I would expect him to target him again a lot this week. But my point is, as Rodgers starts spreading the ball around, starts trusting Conklin, starts trusting Hall, starts trusting Williams as he comes back from his injury and gets better, then all of a sudden, when other teams are stopping Wilson, they got other problems. And this is a game where, like I said, I think the door is open to throw the ball a lot to Conklin here. They should throw the ball more to Hall. I think they have more weapons than Minnesota offensively. They certainly got a big edge at quarterback, in my opinion. Darnold against his old team, that, I'd rather be on the old team's side than on Darnold's part in that matchup. The Jets have been very good defensively. And so I can, at worst, I think this game's a pick-em game. If I had to pick one, I'd pick the Jets. And if I were looking at anybody in the props world, it would be Conklin.
His receiving yards is 28.5. So still getting a good real low number on Conklin overall.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
absolutely.
2 catches. That's 2 catches, really.
Right. No, like I said, last week, what did I say? Oh, for Kraft last week, I want to say like 50 some odd yards, and I know he had a touchdown, and that's Kraft, and that's Green Bay, who doesn't throw the ball to their tight ends all that much. Kittle had a much bigger game than that when they played Minnesota, and Minnesota's big thing is their pass rush, and Rodgers' big thing is getting rid of the ball early. So if that negates, the pass rush, and you get the ball out to your tight end, you get the ball out to your back. I can see Hall catching a lot of passes in this game. I can see Conklin catching a lot of passes in this game, and moving the chain. So I'm not so sure it's going to be a high-scoring game. I just don't trust Darnold against the Jets' defense, which has been great. Is weather going to be a factor? You never really know what's going on over there. You look outside. I mean, California now it's 90 degrees. It's like, what the heck is going on with the weather? Well, maybe it's Europe that's getting all the rain these days. So, give me Conklin in this game. That's over that yardage total, and I think we're off to a flying start.
All right, and Breece Hall, just for his baseline, is 28.5 himself. And usually they give you a Breece Hall reception total, but I don't see it listed right now. So we'll see if that pops on the board later on. Okay, let's see here. I want to mention this game. I don't expect this to be a high-scoring shoot 'em out game, but I do like the Dolphins' chances against the Patriots, who are especially banged up. You saw their injury list come out. It is amongst the worst in the league at this point. And I'm looking at a prop here with Tyreek Hill. I mean, can Huntley just get him the ball? For 2 touchdowns, Tyreek Hill is up to 17-1 odds, which is about 3 times what it usually is. Achane is getting good odds on a couple of scores at 9-1. For regular touchdowns, Achane's plus 125, Tyreek Hill plus 190. Can Huntley just one more week in the system, kind of getting the playbook a little more? Can the Dolphins take advantage of this crippled, poor Patriots team? And can they get their coach off the snide here and get a win up at Foxborough? The total points for Miami is just a 17.5 as well. I got to think that they got to go over that. Do you like the Dolphins' chances in this game?
Man, I'm shocked how poorly they played against Tennessee. That was one of those games where...
Well, I think Tennessee has a decent defense, too, at the end of the day.
Well, yes, but this is Miami.
Right.
This is Miami's offense. And they're healthy except for the quarterback. We've seen other teams plug in. Look at Indy. It plugs in their old-time veteran quarterback in there, and heck, they become a better passing team. This guy looks like he'd never played football before. I mean, it was unbelievable, and I'm not sure who to blame, the quarterback or the coach. I would tend to blame the quarterback for this. How many times they got to the line of scrimmage, totally disorganized, and then Tyreek Hill pointing to a guy, no, you're supposed to be over there. And then the guy starts moving, and then Tyreek Hill starts moving, and they finally get a good play, and it's called back for illegal. How many illegal 2 guys in motion? You don't see this in the NFL more than once a game. They must have had 4 or 5 of them. And to me, as a quarterback, I've never played quarterback, but what I've seen in these quarterbacks, the good ones, is they at least get the guys lined up properly. It's kind of funny when you hear a coach say, he gets us lined up well at the line of scrimmage. Like, really? That's a skill? But it is a skill. I mean, we see now because this guy has no clue, how to do that, how to wait for the guys to get set at the line of scrimmage, how to see the guy go in motion, how to see a second guy moving and then yell, wait, no, we can't do that. Stop. Okay, now go in motion. I mean, it's like he'd never played quarterback before, let alone the fact that he throws the ball terribly. I mean, I thought Anthony Richardson had a terrible throwing arm, on short passes. This guy was like shot-putting the ball. In Tennessee, who's supposed to be this team that's going to throw the ball more this year, they went into Jets-Giants mode where they thought, we're just going to run the ball up the middle, even though we don't have that kind of running attack anymore, because we don't have to throw against this team. This team cannot score against us. And they were right. That game was embarrassing. And the one positive I would say is something you touched upon. But Tyreek Hill, they at least tried to get him the ball. I mean, there were 3 times in the game where they threw a long pass to him. One was down the left sideline in the middle of coverage, a very tough throw that was thrown incomplete. The other 2 times was that one where he's running across the field back to the back right pylon, and the quarterback had just thrown the ball to the back pylon. Hill might have gone back there and catch it. Unfortunately, he threw it to the goal line, and Hill had to stop, come back in, like a center fielder coming in for a fly ball, except that the shortstop was standing there already, had to climb over the defender's back to knock the ball down. I mean, he missed that target by 10 to 15 yards. And then the one where late in the game where he's just streaking down the field, the typical Hill pattern, and the quarterback throws it 5 yards behind the defense, and he just overthrew him by a stride. I mean, that wasn't a bad throw, but that's the ball that Huntley has to complete because he's so terrible throwing the ball in the short zone. So all that said, man, I want no part of Miami in this game. I'd say it's at least 15% chance that their coach gets fired after this weekend. I mean, it's just embarrassing watching him on the sideline. This offensive guru of a coach. He's got all his weapons there except for this quarterback who, people don't like anyway. Now I think all of a sudden they do like him because they see, how bad they are without him. It just reflects poorly on the quarterback when you're getting all these stupid dead ball, pre-snap penalties. It's like, what the heck have you been working on the last 2 weeks with this quarterback? He can't even get these guys to the line of scrimmage. So I'm not saying take New England, but I say this game, New England, I don't care how many guys they're putting on the field. I'd say they're at least 50-50 to win this game. I hope I'm wrong because I've got Achan on my fantasy team. I got Tyreek Hill on my fantasy team. Man, I'd sure like to see them get back in stride again. But I'm not sure that's going to happen until Tua comes back, if he comes back. So long answer to say, man, I think they should send this game to Europe, but I have no interest in watching.
Bryce Young gets traded to Miami. Any chance of that happening at all, realistically?
Well, it can depend on. I mean, I think Miami would love to have him. Excuse me. But it's a number one pick in the draft, and I can't believe that they're going to get him real cheaply. And so, what do you pay to get a guy who, if you bring him in, you're still hoping Tua is healthy, and if he is and he comes back, now you've acquired a backup quarterback and paid a king's ransom to get him. I mean, yeah, if you could get him for a second round pick or something like that, I think they'd love to do that. But I gotta believe the price at this point is way higher than that. And like I said, I'm not sure that Miami is convinced, and certainly Tua isn't convinced that his days are over. So, and plus, you see the night and day difference from when he plays and when he doesn't play. And so I think that's all the more reason for Miami to think, man, if we just can get him back and flip that switch, we'll be fine again. I'm not so sure that that's going to be true, but I can see why they would think that. So I don't see that happening unless they've decided that, look, Tua's not going to play anymore. And we need to go out and get a quarterback. And then I think they could go out and make that kind of move.
There's been cases made that Tua was one hit away from retirement, and that would be the last hit. So if you're on that side of the fence, then he should be retired at this point. Now, if you're going to give him the mulligan and give him one more chance, now he's truly, doesn't he have to be one hit away from being done for the most part? I mean, you got to think that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, yes, you would have to think so. And the most, the most troubling part about the last hit was it wasn't a big one. It wasn't him standing in the pocket and getting blindsided by a 230-pound linebacker coming at him at 25 miles an hour. This was, he ran and put his shoulder down into the smallest guy on the field. I mean, it was not a head-to-head. The guy didn't get a penalty for lowering his head and hitting him. It was the defensive guy took more punishment than Tua did. And, I mean, yeah, he should have slid. And next time, he better slide. I think this is better convince him that I don't care that this guy weighs 175 pounds. and you're 6'3", 215 or whatever you are, you need to slide, because yes, you're going to get hit in the pocket sometimes when you don't see it, but you can't afford to get hit when you can see the defensive guy right there in front of you. So I can, you can tell him all you want that, look, you got to slide, you got to get out of bounds. And I'm sure he'll be more careful next time. But that doesn't mean you're not going to get surprised once or twice a game and then have to survive that hit. So yeah, I mean, it's a, I'm not saying that I would recommend that he come back and play, because man, if all it took was that kind of hit to knock him out, give him another concussion, then it could get a lot worse next time. But at the same time, I understand. It's his health, and if he can get the doctors, I mean, this is the key part: is that he's not going to make this decision. There's going to be a doctor out there. I don't know who it is, that's going to make the decision for him. And if that doctor is trustworthy to the NFL, then maybe we're all wrong. Maybe maybe he can come back and not have to walk on eggshells. But I'm going to have to see that to believe it, in terms of the finding that doctor out there with a good rep, willing to put his reputation on the line, on a guy who looks like he's one hit away, not just from retiring, but for some kind of very, very serious long-term injury. So we'll see.
And you forecasted perfectly the Anthony Richardson getting hurt injury, to be honest. You said it would take about 3 or 4 weeks, and then he'd find himself on an injured list. And here he is. Joe Flacco is going to get the start there. It looks like it's going to be Flacco for the Colts anyway. So do you want to follow up on anything about Richardson? You mentioned him a minute ago.
The thing is, with Richardson, he hasn't been running around as crazily as he did last year, and yet he still got hurt. I mean, it's running backs are. I say the same thing about Deebo Samuel or some of these other teams where you see the wide receiver lining up at running back. These guys are not running backs. Yes, they catch the ball and in open field, and they run really well, and they can run to the sidelines, and run to open space really well, and get around guys. They're not used to running into 300-pound guys and having 2 or 3 of them land on them time and again. And what seems to be, you see running backs run the ball up the middle and come out of the pile like nothing happened. Well, this is because this is what they've done all their life. When you see a quarterback do that same thing, or a wide receiver run the ball up the middle and do that same thing, they're just not used to it. Even this year, where he had, like I said, he hasn't run the ball nearly as much as I would have projected that he was going to run the ball. And yet he still got hurt. I don't think this is a serious injury, but this is just an indication that, and similarly with Tua, it doesn't take a big hit to injure a guy who's just not used to taking that kind of pounding. This is why NFL quarterbacks don't run the ball. And so, it's too bad, but fortunately for Indy, they appear to have, foreseen this possibly happening, and they can plug in, a proven winner as their backup rather than Miami, who should have been able to foresee a possible injury to their guy, and yet they have nobody, backing up. And so that's, difference between a forward-thinking team and a team that just doesn't know what they're doing. There's just no way Miami should be in this situation. I mean, not with the talent that they have, not with the coach, who's, like I said, who's got this offensive reputation. They just can't possibly have put themselves in a position where not one, not two, But 3 different quarterbacks these last 2 weeks have looked like, they couldn't start for Cal. I mean, they're terrible. Oh man, I mean, watching, and granted, I didn't know that much about Huntley, before watching every snap of last week's game. Crying out loud, I'm a baseball player who doesn't really understand how to throw a football. You throw baseball, with your hand facing forward. You throw a football with your hand facing sideways. I could never figure out how to throw a football, spiral football, with my palm facing to the left. Where in baseball, you throw with your palm facing to the front. And so I throw the ball for football. I twist my wrist, and the ball would wobble like a kickoff. It's like, that's one thing for me, but for Huntley to go, a professional quarterback to go out there and basically put the ball on his shoulder and shot put it, in the middle of an NFL defense, like, wow, that's not good. And yeah, you got a great arm, you throw a great deep ball, but you got to move the chains in the NFL, and it's terrible. And then, like I said, I'm not sure he's probably better than the other 2 guys. So what does that say about how ill-prepared they were going into this season?
I think it's easy to say that Miami will be drafting a quarterback regardless at this point, right? Right.
Well, yes, they should have been the one.
They should have recruited Flacco. That would have been a nice guy to throw the ball to Tyreek.
Well, now you see why the Falcons would a needy team would, quote unquote, waste the number 8 pick in the draft or whatever it was on a backup quarterback. You know what? Of all the teams in the NFL, if the Falcons were to lose their starting quarterback, they wouldn't skip a beat at all, because they've got, this great rookie ready to step in, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's next year, whether it's 3 years from now, whatever it is. They treated the quarterback position like it was a wide receiver. Look, you don't complain when we draft a second wide receiver, do you? Well, why would you complain when we draft a second quarterback? And now you see with some of these teams how your season hinges upon the health of your quarterback, why these guys make all the money that they do. If Indy plugs in a new guy, they look fine. Miami plugs in a new guy, they look like they should be demoted to some other league. And so, yes, next year, even if Tua comes back, next year they got to use their first-round pick on a quarterback, because they're eventually they're going to need him. They might need him halfway through their first game, or they might not need him for 2 or 3 seasons. You don't know, but he's there in case that quarterback takes the inevitable big hit. And what's going to happen with the Falcons. I mean, they're, Cousins is basically a statue, and they've got a nice offensive line, so he doesn't get hit a whole lot. It just takes that one hit, and he's out. And now what do you got? And in their case, they're prepared for it, and and it's only going to be then that the people who have complained that they wasted this pick will realize, this has worked for Green Bay over the years. And so maybe Atlanta was on to something here.
All right. The early slate of games, I think I can make a case for overs in basically all of them, to be honest. Chances are that they all go over. We know how the NFL works. That's not going to happen. But it could, and I think the chances improve with someone like Flacco for the Colts. Obviously, a good game with Buffalo and the Texans. That could be a higher scoring game if things break out right there. Although I'm wondering if Buffalo is just going to be trying to be more reliant maybe on James Cook in this game to keep the Texans off the field, perhaps. I think the Bears have a good opportunity for points with that weak Carolina secondary, and obviously with Dalton in there. He can push the ball as well. I think Carolina maybe kind of going towards the trend of being a naturally over team at this point, just because of how bad that secondary is. And the Ravens and Bengals, you just think that that's going to be a higher scoring game. The Ravens looked really good offensively on Sunday night against the Bills. Burrow has Higgins back. That seemed to help the cause with them pushing the ball down the field. Chase Brown is a nice little weapon at running back now. He's developed. That was his breakout game for them last week as well. So I can make a case for all of these games to be higher scoring. Which one's the most intriguing for you to put up points?
Well, I don't share your optimism for high scoring in some of these games, but I do in a couple of them. And I'll start with Carolina and Chicago. I think Chicago, as many would have predicted, is going to be a work in progress. You got this rookie quarterback. You've got a new wide receiver. You've got a new running back. You've got an offense that you haven't had in a long time. And it's going to take a while for the quarterback to figure out, how to throw the ball effectively. Okay, this guy likes the ball on shorter patterns. This guy likes the ball behind the linebackers. I got to throw to the tight end more. But what I thought last week, the development that I saw in their offense last week came from their running back. I mean, I thought Swift would go there into a nice position where there wasn't much competition, kind of like when he went to Philly last year. People didn't know, is he going to be good enough? Is he going to start ahead of Gainwell and whoever else was there? And it took like a week or two before him to establish that, hey, I'm way better than these guys. And then he went on to have a nice season. Chicago's the same way. Oh, they're returning a couple of running backs, and there's going to be a committee, and Swift is coming in. And no. Swift is a lot better than these guys. He catches the ball well. He runs the ball well. He's durable. He's gotten durable, I should say, later on in his career. Had a very healthy stint with Philly. And last week, 16 carries, 7 touches. Wow. This is the kind of player that if he's playing like that and they're getting him the ball that often, he's going to be very, very productive, especially until Williams decides that he's going to start running the ball, because Williams hasn't run the ball hardly at all. And if he's not taking touchdowns away from Swift's going to get a lot of touchdowns and catch the ball a lot. And the team is going to, as they run the ball more, as they throw the ball short to their back more, well, they've got 3 good receivers. They've got a good tight end. They've got the weapons to be successful. I think that, they've gotten a little better and better as we've moved along here. This is the weakest team they've played. They're at home. And like you said, the best thing about Carolina these days is you have to fear their offense a little. Because it used to be you played Carolina, they're going to score 10 points. All we need to do is score 20 and we'll win this game. And you go in with a conservative approach. But now, they've demonstrated that they can put up, they're going to score 17 points in this game, maybe even 20. And I think Chicago now goes into a game like this thinking, you know what? We need at least 3 touchdowns, maybe 4 to win a game like this. So let's speed it up. Let's go out there early and get a couple of these scores. And I think they will. I think this is going to be a surprisingly high scoring. And I think that Swift, especially among all the morning guys, I would highly recommend him as a guy to have a big game.
All right, so a little backing for DeAndre Swift. Not worried about the counterfeiting with the other running back there. Is it Roschon Johnson?
Well, like I said, last week, this is a team that's trying to figure out who they are, and I think that it's one of those teams where you got to look at what's trending. And I mean, Swift, 16 carries, 7 catches last week. And the team had its best offensive game. I like where that's trending. I think that, they now realize that they got something here that can balance, what's going to be, or what they hope will be, a great passing attack. So and again, and this is a home game. This is a weak opponent. I'd be shocked if Swift doesn't get at least 20 touches in this game. And if he does, he's got a very good chance to put up 80 to 100 total yards, score a touchdown or two. And like I said, another thing that I like is if you're moving the ball well, yes, you could score on passing TDs just as easily as running TDs. But if you get down closer to the goal line, you're going to run the ball in more often than you're going to pass the ball in. So who's going to score those rushing touchdowns? In Philly last year, well, it was never Swift because that was always what Hurts did. But this year with Williams, you wonder when Williams is going to start faking the handoff and running around the end like we saw so many times at USC. That's not happening yet. And maybe somebody told him, hey, look what happened to these idiot quarterbacks who run the ball. Just hand the ball to Swift.
Right.
Which he did last week. 93 yards and a touchdown rushing last week. I just think he's the most logical guy, the most likely guy to score a touchdown for them. I'd say 75% chance if they score the ball on the ground that it's going to be him. In a game where I think they're going to score 3 or 4 touchdowns. So I think all of that favors him scoring 1 and possibly 2 times.
Plus 125 for DeAndre Swift. Do you want to go ahead and put him on a ticket with Conklin?
Yes.
All right, so we'll throw Conklin on there. We'll throw Swift on there. Let's see, 2 touchdowns for Swift. Just so we'll throw it out there. It's plus 850. His baseline rushing yards is 51.5. And I love the running back receiving yards. That's one of my favorite things to play. He's cheap in that regard at 14.5 yards.
Wow.
Receiving. Yeah.
Well, what's interesting is last week, 7 catches for 72. I mean, so it wasn't just, well, let's swing it out here to him. And, he's tackled 2 yards behind the line of scrimmage. This is a guy who averaged over 10 yards of reception last week. And the good thing about it is, when you have, this core of receivers, and even the tight end who catches the ball well, you're dropping back in coverage. You don't want the guy beating you deep. You got, they got other threats. Where's more? Where's the tight end? I mean, you're worried about a whole lot of other things other than the fact that the running back, he's over there in the flat catching the ball, running for 10 yards and getting a first down. So, and a lot of this, kind of as I mentioned, the quarterbacks that run a lot tend not to throw the ball to the backs a lot because why would I throw it to the back when I can just run it myself, for 8 yards at a time, and I can move the chains myself. And the ones who would rather not run the ball, the story of Aaron Rodgers' career, no, I'm not going to risk it. I don't need to run the ball up the middle and slide, get my pants dirty. I'm just going to flick it out here to Amon Green or, in the later days, right. To Jones, 6-7 times a game. And with all my great receivers running down the field, last thing they're worried about is me flipping it out to the back. And, so in this case, when the day comes where Williams starts running the ball 6 to 8 times and becomes more of a running threat, he'll probably be less of a passing threat to the backs. But something tells me that he's been told, don't run. You're our franchise. We don't need you running crazily like you did last year at USC. We got Swift out there in the flat. Throw it to him. We got Temet, over the middle. Throw it to him. So we only get 5 yards at a time. It's better than you getting hit. So as he, until he starts running, I think that, Swift will be a very good pass catching option. I think that yardage total is ridiculously low.
Do you like that better than the touchdown score?
I think you have to.
All right, so maybe we'll take off the touchdown if we're going to stay non-greedy. So we'll do Swift with over 14.5, Conklin over 28.5. We'll keep those two right now. And you do have low numbers for all these other guys in this game too, just interestingly enough. Like Chuba is at 15.5. You got to imagine he could easily go over that. Komet, you just talked about him, 29.5. Adunze's 32.5. And honestly, as long as the Bears are scoring points, and if they're actually having fun and somewhat control of this game and scoring points, I think they get DJ Moore the ball. I mean, I could see him for a touchdown, to be honest. I mean, this is against his old team. Maybe a little extra effort to get him involved. 51.5 is his baseline as well. And on the flip side, I don't know if you noticed or were watching too closely, but it seemed like Dalton liked Xavier Leggett as a receiver for himself last week as well. I don't know if you caught notice of that at all.
Not a lot of televised Panther games out here in San Francisco,
right.
But excuse me. That said, I do think Carolina supposed to be a better offensive team this year. They have more weapons at running back. The rookie that they brought in hasn't even played yet. They brought in new receivers. They brought in Deontay Johnson right on the outside. So all of a sudden, these guys, Thielen, who was their top receiver last year. Well, now he's their number 2 guy. Leggett, who was their number 2 guy. He's number 3 now. And as you drop down, now they got depth in their receivers. They've got running backs who are, who are decent. They've got a quarterback now. Now that they've gotten past their rookie quarterback, they got a guy who knows how to spread the ball around, knows how to implement the coach's game plan. So I think that's not really a surprise that when you see these veteran quarterbacks go in there, they may not have half the skill as the guys they're replacing, but they have the coach's game plan in their head. I mean, when they watch the film during the week, they and the coach get on the same wavelength. And it's like, coach, you don't even need to call in the plays to me. I know exactly what you're thinking. We got to, hand the ball off to Hubbard over the left side. I saw their defensive end get hurt on the last play. I got it. And so you just, the more, these coaches are brilliant. They could see, they could tell you exactly what's going to unfold defensively on every play. You just got to get your guys to do the right thing. Well, in this case, your quarterback he sees the same thing. And so the more weapons you give him, the more options he has. And I think, again, I don't think it's any coincidence that when you see a Flacco go in there or, someone like that, Dalton, that they, they're not going to throw the ball 60 yards down the field like these young guys can. But you know what? When it comes to throwing the ball 8 to 10 yards at a time, you're just fine. So I agree with you that Carolina should be a team trending upward in terms of points they score, and Chicago is certainly headed in that direction, which makes this game intriguing in the sense that I think we're catching 2 teams that maybe the public doesn't really understand yet are a touchdown better offensively than what you would expect. Put 2 touchdowns together like that, you end up with a game that ends up with 48 points scored, and they're only projecting 40 or whatever it is. So that's that's why I identify that game as, to me, as the number 1 game that's going to surprise people.
Do you think
among the morning games?
Okay. 47.5 is the total in Buffalo and Houston. With my theory, I think this is a James Cook type of game. I think Buffalo would be wise to try to keep possession of the ball, keep Stroud on the sidelines. I think Houston has the better defense than Buffalo. I think maybe they were a little bit exposed to the Ravens on Sunday. But do you think that's Buffalo's game plan going into this? Let's see if Cook can get this thing going on the ground?
Well, I think that both of these teams are better served when they're running the ball well, because how potent their passing games are. They're two teams that are built around their passing game. Certainly Houston more so than Buffalo, but Buffalo's got the proven quarterback. So I think that I think this really should be a shootout, and I think it just comes down to I don't think a conservative game plan is going to win this game. But Houston can't have a conservative game plan because they've got all kinds of injuries at back. Who knows who's playing running back for them? So they've got to come out throwing the ball, and I think that will trigger Buffalo to try to match points with them, which they can. Buffalo's got a key injury at receiver. This week
my man Shakir's out. Yep.
Out. Yeah, but they have Curtis Samuels, who's a similar kind of receiver, ready to plug in. Coleman, has had some good games so far. I think they don't have the same weapons that Houston has, but they have the better quarterback. And so I think that the more Houston scores, the more Buffalo's going to score. I think this is probably the highest scoring game in among the morning games. I don't really share your enthusiasm for Baltimore and Cincinnati. Division rivals, big game for Cincinnati to kind of prove who they are. I don't see that getting wild and free, crazy kind of game. Cleveland and Washington. I mean, Washington's done well offensively, but now Robinson's injured, maybe, and Cleveland's good defensively. I don't really like that either as a high-scoring game. I already told you Miami and New England might play to a scoreless tie.
Right.
Then Indy and Jacksonville. Indy's got, with the quarterback out, with Taylor out, I like Flacco going in there, but he doesn't have Taylor anymore, so, now they become more of a passing team, and that's not their game necessarily. So I don't, and who knows what to expect from Jacksonville. So I don't see that game necessarily being a super high scoring game. So that's why I would say, Buffalo and Houston to me would rank as the highest scoring game, followed by Carolina and Chicago. And then the other games to me are just, I don't have a real good feel for, that they're going to be, type of game that I want to flip my channel over to watch them because it's real exciting football.
Right. All right. Any props you want to throw down on Buffalo and Texans? And the Texans? Anything maybe stick out to you would look at? And I do have Cam Akers listed as your mystery running back for Houston.
Yeah, well, that's that's what they got Mixon supposedly close to coming back now. Pierce, close to coming back now. So eventually, one or two, those two guys will play, and that'll improve their running game, especially if it's Mixon. But I got to look at both the quarterbacks there as guys who, with Houston, it's going to be a lot of passing TDs, and with Buffalo, you see the quarterback, he scores touchdowns every week. So, if I did anything in that game, it would have something to do with the, production of the quarterback.
CJ Stroud, two touchdowns is minus 130. That's not very greedy. Yeah. You want to throw that on there?
No, that's nice. 2 touchdowns. Yeah, like I said, they're not going to run the ball in. He doesn't run the ball in. They got their third string running back playing. I just don't see them, getting down by the goal line and deciding let's become the Lions and hand the ball to our fullback 3 times up the middle. That's a nice price there.
And I don't see a number on Dawson Knox, but I could see him getting involved a little bit more just because of Shakir being out. Maybe a couple more 2 tight end sets. Dawson Knox flying under the radar. 6-1 for a touchdown for him. Anyway.
Well, there's going to be a surprise touchdown or 2 for Buffalo.
Right.
As out of their passing game, they're going to score at least one passing touchdown, maybe two. And you know, if it's not Coleman, which, you know, it hasn't been yet, who is it? I mean, it's to me, it's you know, it's as likely to be Samuels as it is, you know, Kincaid or Cook, or, you know, I mean, and so you then you look at the price and you say, wow, anytime touchdown for Samuels is plus 650 or plus 850 or whatever. That's the kind of thing I would put on a greedy ticket, rather than just say, well, let's take the quarterback to score a touchdown. Well, yeah, now you're laying 275 or whatever it is.
All right.
So,
Curtis Samuel plus 330, but still a decent price overall.
But, you know, okay, I'm sold on one thing in this game, and that is Stroud throwing 2 touchdown passes.
Yep. Okay, and we're up to 5.5 to 1 for these 3 items, and we got a profit boost, so we can actually get 50% more payout on this and take it up to over 8 to 1 now. On Conklin over 28.5, DeAndre Swift over 14.5. Those are all receiving yards. CJ Stroud 2 touchdowns. All right, let's get to the later games in our cast of characters with the Cardinals and the 49ers. It looks like we'll get some Trey McBride back. Maybe they'll calm down the quarterback here for Arizona, Kyler Murray. They looked basically horrendous against Washington, getting blown out at home by 28 points. The Niners able to hold serve fairly easily against the Patriots. Why could I see this being a death by bludgeoning on behalf of Jordan Mason, the running back here for the 49ers? Robinson did have success on the ground against the Cardinals last week. Is this a simple game plan for the 49ers going into this game? Let's just beat the Cardinals up and get this victory, and we'll move on to next week.
Yeah, I mean, it seems that when they play here, these teams, division rivals, that this game does kind of get out of hand. The 49ers always seem to be in control.
It's 49.5 to total, so it's a very high over-under for this game.
Yeah, and like you said, and there's really no reason for the 49ers to go into this game thinking, you know what, this is going to be a shootout. We need to come out throwing the ball, you know, crazily. Or B, that, and wow, Arizona's really got a nice thing going. You got to expect them to score in the 20s. No, I don't think either one of those things is true. Arizona's been very inconsistent offensively. This is a tough spot for them. 49ers with Kittle possibly injured as well. And Mason, for us, as productive as he's been, it's been almost all a product of quantity. I mean, he's carried the ball as much as anybody in the league. He's got very, very few real long runs. I don't think he's got any long touchdown runs yet this year, but he might have had one. But when their running game has become much more move the chains, get 5 yards at a time, kill the clock. So I wouldn't be surprised in this game. They got a little bit of a lead that, you're going to see a lot more of that. So, it's a hard game for me to project. I think 49ers are going to win rather comfortably. I don't think it's going to be a real high-scoring game. And, yes, if I had to pick a touchdown scorer in this game, it would have to be Mason. I think that he just seems to carry the ball 20 times every game. And if that's the case here, then he's probably going to get his yardage total. What are they putting his yardage total in, 70s?
Let's see here. He is, for a touchdown, he's minus 210. So that's not surprising. 86.5 for his over-under rushing yards. That's a lot.
Right. That's for a game like this and the 49ers. I mean, they have other priorities. I mean, Ayuk thing is starting to blow up in their face. This is something that the coach needs to deal with. And usually the smart coaches, the way they deal with it is, all right, you know what, first possession of the game, we're going to get him the ball 2 or 3 times or try to get him in the end zone. try to get him on a positive wavelength and start a day-long celebration for everybody, and have him become more of a part of it rather than he's been very, very small part of what they've done so far. So now everybody's nitpicking about, we dropped this ball, we showed up at practice wearing red shorts, all these dumb things that have nothing to do with his overall production, which hasn't been great so far. But he's a guy who didn't play all preseason either, so you would expect him to start off a little slowly. I think that there'll be an emphasis in this game to try to get him going, but just hasn't happened yet. And while I expect it to, I'd like to see it to believe it. So, and like the number you cited there on Mason, it's all right. Everybody's seeing the same things that we are. He's going to carry the ball a lot. He's going to get carries at the goal line. He's going to get, got a chance to get 100 yards. Those numbers are a little too high for me all the way around. So I'm going to, I think I'm going to have to pass on this game.
Yeah. All right. So a pass will look for better numbers than the minus 210. That really doesn't jack us up in this scenario of a payout. So I think that's easily avoidable, especially if he gets hurt or something like that. That would kill our ticket. Let's see here. The next game on the board for us will be, we'll keep it in the NFC West, and we'll do the Rams and the Packers. Packers minus 3, 48.5. Looks like Dobbs is out. Christian Watson is out. But does that matter for Green Bay at this point? It seems to me like Jaden Reed's been the man. Also, my guy, Dontavian Wicks, who's continued to pay out on tickets for me, has been phenomenal. The Rams have their injuries, but we've talked about it in previous weeks. If Stafford can just get some of these younger bucks the ball, then they should be okay. But now they lose to Chicago last week. Weren't really able to put up a lot of points in that game as well. Kyron Williams seems to be as consistent as can be for someone to score a touchdown every week. McVay's a good coach, but I think Fleur's a good coach too. Rams always tougher at home, but I think Green Bay is the rightful favorite here, even with the wide receiver injuries. I would take the Packers in this circumstance to beat the Rams. I'm not so sure that this is going to be a tremendously high-scoring game, but I could see it getting over the total, especially if the Rams might have some garbage time playing catch-up. But I don't know. I'm going to stick with the what's been working and probably look for Wicks for a touchdown again, and maybe even Reed for a touchdown as well. Maybe Jordan Love to throw for the 2 touchdowns like we have for C.J. Stroud might be something we want to put on this ticket. I'll leave this up to you on the best route to go on this one. But do you like the Packers on the road here?
I do think they're going to win this game, but I don't think you can understate the injury issues here. I mean, what has made the Packers successful is their assortment of receivers. And you can say, well, I mean, losing Dobbs, losing Watson, they have other guys, but they don't necessarily have other guys to replace them. And so they go from 4 really, really good receivers that you don't know where, and they run a lot of deep patterns. They're all team capable of getting downfield. You never really know what's coming next. To the fact that, well, they don't have 2 of them anymore. It's like the Rams. I mean, with the Rams, they're missing 2 receivers, and we think, oh, that's a catastrophe. They can't pass the ball anymore. They're missing 2 receivers. Well, Green Bay's missing 2 receivers too, and these guys are good. And so I just think that, I mean, yes, Green Bay is going to continue to pass the ball. It'll mean more balls, to their top 2 guys. Wicks last week, 13 targets and 5 catches, which tells me they threw a lot of deep balls to him. And because he had, 78 yards and 2 touchdowns. So 15 yards a catch, 2 touchdowns, a lot of deep balls to him. That's just the way Green Bay plays. And so when they put in this, this week they'll come out with Bo Melton or Malik Heath or whatever. But they'll keep winging the ball down the field, and I think that, I just think they have better, a better assortment of receivers, even with 2 key guys hurt, than the Rams do with 2 key guys hurt. So this is where I would give Green Bay the edge. But like you said, the Rams are pretty darn good at home. Nothing's going to come easy. I don't see this as being a 31-27 game where, the team with the better weapons is going to outlast the other team. I do think the Rams could put up a decent fight defensively against a team missing 2 receivers, and so I wouldn't go crazy on this game about anything. I do think Wicks is a good play to get a touchdown. But you know what might be, you might throw on a greedy ticket here is go with somebody like Melton if they offer a price as, the new 3rd receiver who steps in there and going to run a lot of deep patterns. And we know Green Bay, will keep throwing the ball deep. And so he just catches 1 pass. He's going to get over his yardage total. He could get you a nice price on a touchdown. He'd be someone who I'd like to put on a greedy ticket. Even if they put 17.5, whatever they put on his yardage, if he's even up.
He is not on the board as of yet. I expect the list to expand later, so we'll put him on the watch list.
But you see this a lot, on teams like Kansas City, where they've got these speed receivers in the past, where you look at his yardage total, and they put a 25.5 up on this speed guy, and you think, man, if he, Valdez Scantling or whoever this, the guy's been for them over the years, if he just catches 1 pass, he's going to get that number. And that's where I think someone like Melt could sneak in. He's going to catch passes this week. I mean, last week after, guys started getting hurt, he played a little bit more. They did target him 3 times last week in very limited playing time. I expect him to get 5 or 6 targets, and with him, kind of like Wicks, those targets are going to be down the field, and just 1 connection gets you 30 yards, and his number going in, like I said, they're going to put it at 17.5 or something. I just think that, you're stealing money there.
All right, so we'll keep an eye on that, and then he's plus 370 for a touchdown. I do have a number on that. So
yeah, that's. I mean, while I think that's nice, I think you're going to find that his yardage number is more attractive.
Right. And if, for example, if you want to do some sort of greedy ticket, we could throw that touchdown on there with like a Curtis Samuel, like you said, or a Dawson Knox, like I said, and get a good payout. Yeah. All right.
And in terms of just the game itself, I guess if I had to pick anything there, I would pick Wicks to score a touchdown. I think he's the most obvious guy. He's going to get
plus 150 for him.
13 targets last week, deep patterns. He's the guy. He's 2 touchdowns. He, like, as you were on his bandwagon. You might even be the driver of that bandwagon. You were on it earlier than anybody else. He's, surprisingly good for a guy who remains very much under the radar. So, what is his TD number?
Plus 150 for him to score a touchdown, which that has fallen through the basement at this point. His big payouts are gone now. 55 and a half for his receiving yards.
Well, but but even still, I think that, you would say that Reed maybe is more likely to score a touchdown than him, but Reed now takes on a different significance. He now
gets the double teams, right?
Yep. Yeah, he becomes the guy that they're going to watch a little bit more carefully. When you got Watson, you got Dobbs, like I said, you just got so many guys running around, you can't really afford to say, well, let's move our coverage over to, wherever Reed's standing. Now you can. Now you can go in that direction a little. And I think that opens things up for Melton a little bit. But it also, I think it was indicative from last week when, all of these guys are dropping like flies and all of a sudden they're throwing 13 passes to Wicks. It's just an indication that this is the guy that they think can get open, given the coverages that they're seeing. So I think that he, to me, they're equally likely maybe to score a touchdown, but I'm going to go with Wicks just because I think he's going to get more balls thrown to him.
Do you want to throw him on our ticket at plus 150?
Yeah,
Okay.
let's do that.
All right, he's on there.
Plus 150. That's a nice, that's a nice bump.
It is a nice bump because now our Conklin over 28.5, Swift over 14.5, Stroud for 2 touchdowns passing, and a Wicks anytime touchdown is over 15-1 now at this point. And we can profit boost that too if we'd like. This score sounds right to me. 24-17 Packers, 80-1.
Yeah,
80-1.
I think it's going to be right in that range. Like I said, I think the Rams, they have to realize that they're not going to outscore teams like Green Bay, not in their current state, not with their 2 receivers missing. They have to play the game a little bit more conservatively and hope that their defense stands up. They kind of played that way last week against the Bears. And the score ended up very much, I can't remember what the score was of that game, but it was very similar, like to what you just said, kind of a mid-range score. And I just don't see this game being that much different.
My stock is going to be up on Geno Smith a little bit, and I've been as hard on him as anyone has been in recent years. And obviously, he had that comeback player of the year type of season as well, coming back from sucking, and then that last year taking maybe a step back, but definitely looking better this year. Now their defense has a little bit left to be desired here after that performance to Detroit. But I guess Detroit could do that to a lot of defenses as well. But I would expect the Seahawks to beat this very banged-up Giants team. There's no Neighbors. There's no Singletary in this game. So the Giants are a wounded animal going all the way across country. They have had 10 days off. This is shorter rest for the Seahawks coming off the Monday night game. I'm not going to lay the 6.5 here, but I think if you wanted to take Seattle in the survivor pick, if you had them, I think this is probably a good opportunity for that as well. I don't think I'm interested in this 42.5 number over under. Kenneth Walker came out with a purpose in that game as well. I'd expect to see more of him. He's minus 150 for a touchdown in this game. All these running backs are expensive in this later game window. Kyron Williams minus 240 for his touchdown. But maybe the trifecta of Walker, Mason, Kyron Williams could be a nice small payout. I don't know. I'm going to find better plays on the board at the end of the day. But my stock is up on Geno Smith. I think the Seahawks are survivor worthy in this game, and they should win this game. I'm not going to say handily, a super blowout style, because I don't see the Seahawks really just blowing out anyone. And I'll add that DK Metcalf, he just looks like he's having one of his, somewhat of an all-pro season himself here. Do you like the Seahawks in this game?
I mean, I don't see how they don't blow out this game.
Okay.
I mean, maybe that is just too much of a perception from last week, where it just looked like they're, Detroit's a pretty darn good team, and they moved the ball on Detroit like they were playing Carolina. When they've got all their weapons going, with their 3 receivers, with Walker healthy, Geno upright. I mean, they to me look as they kind of look like Houston. I mean, they look like a team that just is unstoppable at times. And this week they're up, like you said, the Giants fly across the country without their superstar receiver, without their top running back. They don't have a backup running back. They have a second receiver, Wandale Robinson, who's had a very good season, but as a number 2 guy, now he steps in the number 1 role. They really don't have a number 2 receiver. So you've got poor, Daniel Jones, who's actually been a decent, quarterback this year, but, they're going to have to throw the ball 50 times. And he runs around like crazy. I would expect him to go over his rushing total because he's going to be dropping back and under pressure and no running back help. I also think that, with Jones, of course, the biggest problem is turnovers. He gets sacked, he fumbles, Seattle picks up the ball. I think Seattle, of all the teams here this week, has the best chance of scoring a defensive touchdown. I think this game could get way out of hand. And in some ways, that makes, a Jones prop to me most attractive because you got Geno could come out and have a nice first half, but then Walker runs the ball in, and now they're ahead 24-3 third quarter, and now there's just no incentive to get into that mode that they had against Detroit. Whereas New York is going to come out and, we got to throw the ball on every down. So you got one guy throwing 52 passes, and you got the other guy throwing 24, And so, give me the guy who's throwing 52. Problem is, he's got nobody to throw the ball to.
Right.
And somebody's going to, catch some of these balls. Whoever they decide to start at running back, to me, which probably would be Tracy. Tracy to me seems like a pass catching back on a team who throws the ball 52 times this week. He's kind of guy that they wouldn't necessarily put a line out on early on.
Yeah,
but,
no line on him yet. I do have a
right. So, but, I would certainly look at him to catch. On catches. But I would also think that Jones, he's going to be under a lot of pressure. He's going to be running the ball a lot. I got to believe he's going to, and he's a good runner. And so, he's not a by design runner, but he's a good scrambler. They're going to put his rushing total in the low 20s. Is that out?
Let's see here. Rushing number for Daniel Jones. Yeah, that should be out. Let's see what we got. I just have Tracy. He popped up 43.5. Nothing else.
Well, right, but I'm looking more for pass catches.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking Daniel Jones rushing.
We're talking about Daniel Jones rushing. Yes, yeah. But Tracy's pass catch.
Nothing on the pass catching. And nothing on the Jones rushing.
Okay, well, that's, I would definitely look at both of those things in this game because that's the only way. I mean, that's the way I see this game playing out. Is that I think Seattle's going to win this game real easily. I don't see how New York competes in this game with the offensive weapons that they're left with. It's not like they're going to win this game on defense against the way Seattle's offense. But I would I'd seriously look at Jones's rushing total if it is as I would project, in the low 20s. And I'd even take a shot at Tracy as his pass catches if that comes up. Again, you look at him and he's averaged one catch a game. What are they going to do? They're not going to put 5.5 on him. They're going to put 2.5 on him or something, and then he's got to be the as popular a target as anybody on the Giants when you don't have Neighbors there. But they've only got two guys they throw the ball to anyway.
Right.
I mean, Neighbors, they throw 14 times to him. They throw 13 times to Robinson. Well, now you don't got Neighbors, and now you got everybody flocking to Robinson. Who are they going to throw the ball to? I don't really have a third receiver. I don't really have a tight end. I mean, they got to throw it to the back. Well, their back's injured. Well, fortunately, their backup back is a good pass catcher. So, wow, interesting. That's a perfect match for this game. So those are two things that I would definitely look at. if and when they come up.
Okay.
Jones's rushing total and Tracy's pass catches.
All right, so we'll look to add those to the ticket later. Would you rather lay 6.5 with Seattle, or would you rather take their team total over 24.5 points?
I don't see how this game is close. Is a touchdown game. I mean, they've got to win this game very handily. And like I said, I could even see their defense adding a TD. That turns a 24-7 game where you think, oh boy, I'm going to get backdoored here with a couple of late scores. Now it's 31-7. And so no, I would. I think. I see this as a blowout.
The Seattle defense is 7-1. We'll go ahead and throw that on the greedy ticket with some of our unknown receivers and see if we can lock up something that way. Okay.
That's a good one.
Let's see here. I'll go ahead and throw Seattle on this ticket with Wicks and Stroud and Swift and Conklin. We'll just throw Seattle minus 6.5 on here. So that's the best thing available right now.
Well, like I said, I think Jones's rushing total is going to be the best thing on.
Okay. Let's see here. AFC West. 2-2 teams. Denver and the Raiders. The Broncos minus 2.5 over under 35.5. The Broncos are another team that's kind of growing on me a little bit here. I was higher on them in the preseason, and when, of course, we have that divisional ticket of the AFC West exact order, where the Broncos finish first, the Chiefs finish second, and then we have them flip-flopping at the bottom with the Raiders and the Chargers. And I think that ticket still has life, even with the Chiefs having a 2-game lead here. We'll talk more about them here in a second. I think that act's going to actually be wearing thin here, potentially. But I like the Denver Broncos' chances at home to get a win here over the Raiders. Higher scoring or not, I don't know. 35.5 seems typically pretty low. If they get halfway decent weather, you would think the Broncos can at least maybe score in the 20s here. But stock up for me a little bit on Denver. A nice win for them against the Jets last week. Do you think Denver wins this game at home?
I do. I as noted earlier when we were talking about Adams, I just, and I don't want to make it sound like I think the coach has lost control of the team, because he's someone who you would think that would be the least of his problems.
And this is a coaching mismatch too, to be honest. In this game.
But things are just reality setting in there, and I think that and just Adams' attitude about now he's injured, and I'll just talk about him being traded. I mean, this can't be a good thing. I don't see them rallying around this. They're just, they're a team that's going to play the same style of play with or without Adams. Try to play conservatively, keep the score down. Denver's certainly a beatable team, but as you indicated, there's been way more positive about Denver this year than there has been about Las Vegas. And this game's at home. I'm surprised that the number's so low, given the poor negative publicity that the Raiders have gotten. Denver coming off a really nice game. Defensively, they've got it going, but offensively, they got a little bit more going as well. So I just can't recommend anything Raiders in this game. With they've got not only Adams out, but they got White, their top back out. They got Mayer, there's one of their top tight ends out. They just don't have any offensive weapons, let alone the fact that they already have one of the worst quarterbacks in the league. I don't see how they get to 14 points in this game, and that being the case, I mean, the way Denver's offense is going, they're not a high-scoring team either. But I can see this game being 19-10, 19-13, 19-14, something like that. I think the number on the game should be much more of 5.5 rather than 2.5. So, but not a game to get excited about. Unlike the Seattle game, I don't see how Denver wins this one 31-7. They just don't have that kind of offense, and the Raiders are good on defense. So it's harder to say, this game is going to be a blowout. But, picking a winner in this game, I think, is pretty easy.
How about we just throw in the Denver money line minus 154 instead of laying the points? They actually are minus 2.5, minus 120. So that's trending towards 3. Let's just take them to win outright, minus 154. Non-greedy style. Easy enough?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we'll throw that onto our ticket. Now we're up to 48-1 odds. Pretty good. So that's 48-1 on Denver to win straight up. Seattle laying 6.5. A Dontavian Wicks touchdown. That's our long shot on the board. C.J. Stroud, 2 passing touchdowns. DeAndre Swift over 14.5 receiving. And Tyler Conklin over 28.5 receiving. All right. Let's see here. Next game on the board for us would be the Monday night game with the Saints and the Chiefs. Minus 5.5 from Kansas City. 43.5 is the total here. I think this is a dangerous game for the Chiefs in the sense that, well, one, they don't have Rice. So that's a whole other dimension of their downfield attack just seemingly gone at this point, having to rely on Worthy to really fill that role for Kansas City. Pacheco, he's out still, obviously. They do have the home field here, a loud crowd. Raucous atmosphere on a Monday night, I'm sure. But the thing about the Saints, and although they did lose to Atlanta, that after Atlanta's performance on Thursday night, actually looks a little bit better of a loss for the Saints losing to Atlanta last week in the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. The thing about the Saints, I think they can come out and look potentially terrible at any point for sure, but they have the capability to come out and hit on all cylinders as well. And if they do come out and play a good game, I think that could actually be trouble for the Chiefs here. I think the Chiefs actually might lose this game at home. I could see the Saints coming in and winning this. I think across the board offensively, they just have better weapons right now than Kansas City. So it's really going to be up to Mahomes to get the job done and put everything on his shoulders. He's going to need a big effort from Kelsey. We don't know if we'll even get that at some point, as he seems to be fading out fast here in the last couple of seasons. But I like the potential for an outright upset on the road here for the Saints. That is, as long as the Saints aren't the Saints and come out and do Saint type of things like they have in past years and look like a terrible football team. If they had their act together, they can certainly win this game. Do you agree?
Yes, I do. I think that, I agree with everything you said there. I think the Saints have demonstrated this year that they're a very solid, average NFL team.
Yeah, they're like a B- team. If you're going to give them a grade, they're like a B-.
Yeah, you got to show up and play a good game in order to beat them. It's kind of like their game against Philadelphia. It was a very tight game. Philadelphia's a good team. And they lost that game, but, they were hung in there the whole way. They could have won that game. I see this game playing out the same way in that, like you said, Kansas City, Mahomes, since he lost Hill, has been looking for that one receiver. He threw the ball, 8 million times to Kelsey the last 2 years. That worked out really well. But then he finally established a nice rhythm with Rice. And now all of a sudden, that's his buddy. And now he's throwing the ball to Rice like he used to throw it to Kelsey. And this is really making Kansas City a better team because now you got Worthy can just run those deep patterns that, Valdez Scantling and the speed guys have been doing. You've still got Kelsey running underneath. You've got your back in the flat. You got your second tight end, Gray, catching ball. It just all revolves around Rice. But he's not there anymore. And now you revert back to what they were last year, which is all about Kelsey. Now you're not as, you can cover Worthy with a better, strategy or a better cornerback or whatever. They don't have their running back anymore. Heck, they are so, unsure of their running back situation. They ran out and signed Hunt off the scrap heap, and they put him in there last week like he was in midseason form, and lo and behold, he gets injured. And so now what does it say about their other backs? It's like, well, gee, Steele, I thought I was doing pretty good. And all of a sudden they bring in this Hunt guy and, all crickets. I don't play anymore. And, it's like, well, what does it say about you? They don't trust you. You fumble too much. And so they're back to, last week they threw the ball a ton to Kelsey. I expect them to throw the ball a ton to Kelsey in this game. And like you said, this is going to come down to Mahomes has the ball at the end of the game and it's tied or they're losing by 3 or whatever it is. And he needs to, rally them to a late touchdown. I don't see him. I can see Kansas City winning this game. I don't think it's going to be easily. I agree with what you said. I think when you look at you throw the quarterback out of the equation, you would say the Saints have better offensive personnel than the Chiefs. Well, Gut, we said that about the Super Bowl last year. You throw the quarterbacks out, the 49ers had the best weapons. In the end, Mahomes makes the difference. That doesn't mean he's going to dominate the game just because he's going to dominate the last 2 minutes. And if it gets to there and you're sitting on 5.5 points or whatever it is, you're in real good shape. So I would agree with you that I think the Saints have a chance to win. I would expect Kansas City to win, but not by a touchdown. And who does that leave you with in terms of the production? Well, like I said, the only guy in this game that I have any interest in would be Kelsey's, number of catches, because he's getting all the balls that that were going to Rice, and I don't see why that changes because Mahomes has no confidence in the other guys. So, I'm gonna, I'll pass on this game. But if I had to pick one thing, I would take Kelsey over his receiving number, not yardage, but the number of catches, and hope to get that at 5.5.
6 catches or more is at plus 102. So you're right on.
There you go.
And he does take those little
I think
shovels from the
he'll catch
backfield
passes.
as well.
What's that?
He's good for a shovel pass or 2 as well to add to that total. He'll catch the ball in a screen type of scenario, like a running back.
Right, exactly. That's the thing. When we remember last year, how often they did something stupid, like Kelsey will come in motion and Mahomes has the ball, and you flip it a foot in front of him,
right?
Just so you get the passing attempt. And Kelsey's got it, and he's running around the end. Okay, there's one of his catches.
Right.
Let's throw the wide receiver. Who screens to their wide receiver? We got 3 receivers to the left. You got one guy with breakaway speed. You got a big guy who can block downfield, and you got a tight end, who can block downfield. Which, 29 teams in the league throw the ball to the speed guy and have the other 2 guys block. Kansas City throws the ball to the tight end. And they tell the 180-pound guy, just get out there in front of Kelsey and throw him a block. Let him get down. So he gets a lot of cheap receptions when he's their primary guy, which, as I said, people were wondering, what's happened to Kelsey? The first 3 games this year. Well, what happened to him is Rice. Rice getting every ball that Kelsey used to get. Rice isn't there anymore. And so guess what? It's not like they're going to throw to another wide receiver. They don't have any other one. Certainly not any that, the quarterback who trusts. Oh, well, they brought in this new running back last week. And wow, he got a lot of touches last week. Well, yeah, but you know what? He also got injured in the 14 carries, 2 catches last week, 16 touches for a guy, off the scrap heap. Well, you know what happens when you overuse a guy who hasn't played in a while. Now, all of a sudden, he hasn't been practicing this week. To me, it's all about Kelsey. I'd take him to catch 6 balls.
Anything else prop-wise of all the games that we haven't hit that you want to emphasize that you like? anything sticking out?
Well, we've touched on. I mean, with the 4 teams on a bye,
right? And the Chargers being one of those.
Pretty much everything. I mean, the afternoon and night, and then we've talked about every game except for Dallas and Pittsburgh, where I really don't have any interest. I mean, the one game to me that's intriguing that we haven't touched a whole lot on, and that's the Indy game against Jacksonville. Indy with if Richardson is out, and you've got Flacco in there, and you don't have Taylor. Well, they're starting Sermon at running back. They're not going to run the ball. And Jacksonville's a very, very average at best defense. I think that Indy, they're going to be able to move the ball, and they've got Flacco. But so how are they going to do that? Well, they do. They're kind of like the Giants. They throw the ball to 2 outside receivers, and pretty much only those 2 guys. And Pittman obviously is one of them, but he draws the heavier coverage. Downs is the guy who last week, when Flacco's the quarterback, he's the perfect receiver for Flacco. 8 catches, 82 yards last week, 9 targets. I mean, that's what we're going to see from Downs again this week, especially with no Taylor. I mean, they're going to have to throw the ball more often. I can easily see him catching at least 8 balls this week. Can easily see him getting, 12 targets this week. I think he could be a sleeper wide receiver, in fantasy this week. I think he'd be a sleeper wide receiver in the prop game as well.
All right. How was your fantasy team doing?
Not good.
All right.
I'm in this very, very competitive league. I've mentioned that a bunch of times. Every game has been close. And I had one really good week, 2 very close games where I won one and lost one. So I was 2-1 going into last week. But I got Love as my quarterback, and haven't been able to play him. Didn't play him last week. Wanted to see him be healthy before putting him back in there. Obviously, I'll put him back in there this week. But last week, I have Achan and I have Tyreek Hill on my team, and they were in a matchup with Tennessee, obviously in the night game Monday night. And I thought this is going to be a good matchup. Put Huntley in there. Tyreek Hill really seems to like this guy for some reason. I thought, all right, you know what? Not only am I going all in on my Dolphins, but I'm picking up Huntley to be my quarterback. And I went into Monday night where I had a chance to rally. I was pretty far behind. I also had my boy Gibbs going in the other game, and he had a nice game. I was losing by, 7 points going to Miami's last drive of the game, where they're way behind. Remember, they took over the ball at their own 2-yard line, about a minute to go, and whatever it was. I said, all right, I got the quarterback. I've got Hill. I've got Achan. Just throw a couple of short passes. Let Achan run for 15 yards. Throw a couple to Hill. The quarterback gets some numbers. Maybe he scrambled. All against in a game that's 31-10 or whatever. The Titans are playing no defense. I'm only need 7 points, and lo and behold, they sack the guy. He gets called for intentional grounding from the end zone. I don't know if you remember that on the very first play. Like, you've got to be kidding me. But that is, what, I deserve to lose it by putting this guy in at quarterback. I've always been able to play Goff, and for whatever reason, I decided not to go with Goff this week, but I'm going to go all in on the Dolphins. They're going to bust out against the Titans. Man, I've never done a worse job of coaching. So now 2-2, and have some bye. Got my boy Gibbs on bye this week, but fortunately I got Love back. I just lost Rice. I've got Kupp out, my top three receivers. I had three best receivers in the league, three best tandem of receivers with Tyreek Hill, Kupp, and Rice. This is why I scored like 1 million points the very first week. Like, oh my God, nobody's stopping me this year. Well, look at what I got now. Got Tyreek Hill having a terrible season, Kupp out, Rice out probably for the season. So there went my powerhouse team. So I got to outcoach these other teams, and last week was not one of my stellar efforts. So 2-2. The other guy comes right out with Evans on Thursday night, catches 2 TD passes, so I'm already in a bit of a hole. No Gibbs, and so all my backup receivers. But you know what? I got good depth, and we'll see. Yeah, after hearing this show, man, I got some really good ideas now. So now I'm all set to tinker with my lineup and let my coaching expertise take me to another win. So we'll see how it goes. So at this point, the good news is that it's a very competitive league. Only one guy's 4-0 and one guy's 3-1, and so everybody else is 2-2 or 1-3. So it's not like I've got I'm not like the A's saying, well, you know what, all I need to do is win the rest of my games and I'll make the playoffs. No, you know what, I'm fine. Let's just win them one at a time. Fortunately, Evans had a nothing second half in that game against the Falcons. So, because that was looking like a disaster. He had 2 touchdowns in the first half. So I'm still in it and need actually picked up Wicks. And so
nice.
He and Love are my passing hookup this week. Need a big game from those two, and then I'll be okay.
Who would you suggest to pick up as a quarterback this week if you're a listener out there or viewer that needs a quarterback? I'll give you some of the options on my free agent wire right now. Let's see. We have Daniel Jones. We do have Bo Nix. We have your boy Huntley, who can't throw a football. Do have Andy Dalton available, and we do have Joe Flacco available, and we have Caleb Williams available as well. What direction might you look?
Interesting, because I would think Caleb Williams, would be the safest play. I think that Flacco, I would trust him, but we're not even sure that Richardson's out yet. And then, you got Dalton, but that game's at Chicago. I think we got better options than him. I'm tempted to say Jones, because of all the quarterbacks there, Jones is going to throw the ball 15 more times than any of those guys. Jones is going to run the ball 5 more times than any of those guys. Jones has a lot better chance of scoring a touchdown than any of those guys. Problem is he's, also the most likely to fumble. He's also the most likely to throw interceptions, which kills your total. And then the worst thing that can happen is they're losing 31-7. Perfect time to get some cheap touchdowns late in the game, and they call off the dogs. They put somebody else in at quarterback. So that's a fear for that game as well. So I think the safest play would be Williams to get you pretty average numbers. You want to be a little bolder. You want to, take a shot at it. I think that Jones, like I said, I'm a quantity guy. And the quantity on Jones, quantity rating this week on Jones is 98%. And so I just think that I'd be tempted to jump on those numbers. And I like quarterbacks who score touchdowns. You score a rushing touchdown, it's worth as much as 2 passing TDs. And I just think Jones is going to get a rushing touchdown. They have no running back. He could possibly get 2 rushing touchdowns, in which case you definitely made the right choice. So just like your tickets, you want to be conservative, go with Williams. You want to you want to get the rest of the people in your league thinking, what the heck is this guy thinking? Be bold, go with Jones. Greedy.
All right, and I'll throw the running back question at you as well. Let's see. On my waiver wire, it just looks like a couple of options here because you talked about Tracy and his opportunity, but there's also Cam Akers. Is Cam Akers the layup pick over Tracy?
Well, this is a good week to be looking at running backs because of so many guys are injured.
You have this guy Goodson for Indianapolis. I don't know what he's going to do. You have P. Ryan for Kansas City.
Yeah, right. That's what I was just about to say.
Go ahead.
Was that there's a lot of changes. The Raiders starter is out. But you don't really want their guy. The Giants starter is out. Well, you don't really want their guy. Kansas City starter, if you consider him to be Hunt, is out. We've seen this play before. You don't really want that guy. Indy's starter is out. I think Sermon has a chance to have a decent game, but I wouldn't be confident in him just because, Akers, he's to the running backs what Williams is to the quarterback. I think he's the safest play in terms of, it's going to be a fairly high-scoring game. They're going to be down by the goal line 3 or 4 times. They don't have a quarterback who runs the ball in very often. He's going to get that opportunity. And if you're going to the waiver wire and you just need one touchdown can make a big difference. You're just looking for, 10, 12 points out of this backup guy. Well, he scores 1 touchdown. You're halfway there or more. So I think he's a safe play. But, you didn't mention, and I don't know if that means he's not available in your league. But if Robinson is out, then all of a sudden Eckler comes on the is he someone who's available?
Not in my league, no.
Not in your league. Okay, so that explains why you didn't mention him. So to answer your question, then I think that Akers. I'll be less bold with this pick. I would take Akers and just hope that he gets minimum production.
All right, Dave. Enjoy week 5. Appreciate it.
Okay.
We'll talk next week. Yep. Thank you.
Yeah.
We will be right back after this.
Every time I hear a favorite song, now you're gone. There's just emptiness. I only reminisce. The happiness is true. We used to dance to the music, make romance to the music. Now it's a sign of song. With a different meaning, it's a moving down. It's a sign of song. With a different meaning, it's a moving down.
Control your alcohol. Don't fight. Don't drink and drive. Your one punch could kill someone. It happens. If you're behind the wheel, you may think you're fine, but then the other driver is under the influence of texting, and then you are done. Control your alcohol.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limits.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning, to deck and fence staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning. You got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Family-owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shuckin' good time. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com. Text the round robin your questions, comments, wagers. Give us a reason. Sleeper fantasy play, your best alternative line, whatever you have. Text the round robin 757-354-5517.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Girl, take it easy.
Looks like we're back in the studio. Los Angeles, 1997.
That's a good analogy.
Brett Gurwitz behind the controls. I don't need to tell the truth, but I never lie. I don't need to bow to you. You're just passing by. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you. Get inside my troubled mind with all of your threats. Sometimes I think I was blind. Not before we met. I never wanted to be the one that you depend on for your life. When you cry, it smells like soup. Sound like shown tonight. Never fear about what I said all night. I gotta ride. Each time I said all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all night. You're an evil little girl. I'm a twisted man, tearing through your perfect world. Make you understand. I never wanted to be the one you bitch and moan and come home to. But as long as you look good, I'll come back to you and do the things you do. Stay all night. I gotta ride. Each time I stay all night. No, I just might. You make me stay all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stay all night. I'm gonna stay all. I would never treat you bad. You deserve the best from me. If you want to keep your place, you better get down on yours. Yeah, Todd wrote this one.
Yeah. You think?
This is not mine.
Stand all night, I gotta ride. Each time I stand all night, no, I just might. You make me stand all night. It's just that side of you tonight that makes me stand all night. I'm gonna stand all night.
NFL Week 5 here on the Round Robin, live from our Chicks Beach studios in the lovely Virginia Beach, Virginia, the United States of America. It is 9:45 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I am Stephen Murray, nephew Dave in the house now too as well. Dave, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
Let me adjust your camera just a hair. There we go. Now you're looking good, Dave. I got Wayne Gretzky in there. I got Tom Landry.
All right.
I got the Admirals logo. And we are flying here on a Sunday morning. NFL action underway. Vikings 3, Jets 0. Right now, that is live. We'll follow that. We have the TV in the studio, and we'll get ready for Week 1 or Week 5, Dave, and the 1 p.m. Kickoffs Eastern Standard Time. What we do at this time on the show is we go through the survivor pick. I'll update the line movements, too, that I talked about at the beginning of the show. Keep in mind that Jacksonville looks like that's a bad weather game. There's a lot of rain on that radar around the Jacksonville area, and blobby rain, too. It's not like sporadic, although they are just north of the cusp of it, so maybe all that could just miss Jacksonville altogether. But it looks like rain, indeed, for the Jacksonville area for that game with the Colts. That looks like the only bad weather game as of note right now. Nephew Dave, good morning. How are you?
Doing well, sir.
Nephew Dave's in the studio. Maybe the Ant-Man pops up. He's probably freaking out about Aaron Rodgers somewhere around the compound, so we'll see if we'll get him to tune in. Ravens 2.5, 48.5 is the spread in that. In fact, we'll knock out our survivor picks as we do this. But this over-under is up a little bit right now Dave, no Survivor here, correct?
Which game?
Cincinnati and Baltimore.
No, it's divisional. If you have Baltimore, I think maybe there could be a spot there.
Interesting. You actually had the Vikings in one of your picks, right?
I do. Yep.
What's your rationale there?
I think it's just two good defenses. I think at the end of the day, though, Minnesota 4-0 kind of proven, I think they were slated to probably be the worst in that division. It's kind of where, my mindset was going with that. But that is not the case, Steve. They're having a nice start, and this looks like a very well-rounded team. You've seen the struggles come from the Jets. So if there's a more cleaner team, I guess you would say, I think it's Minnesota.
All right, Carolina, 3.5-point dogs at Chicago. This over-under is at 40.5. Any Survivor here?
No, that's the one you stay away from. Bears still haven't shown me enough.
The Dolphins have flipped to a favorite where the Patriots were favored earlier in the week. Now that over-under is up from 35.5 to 36.5. And this is the system play that we have on the show where you have two teams with identical records or worse, and the worst being the road team. And the road team here with the same record as the Patriots are the Dolphins, and they are a favorite. They did flip to this. So the system play, which on this show, we didn't have many last year. We had a good amount in season 2 or season 1, I believe is what it was. And I think if we count it up all together, I think it's 5-0. This is a rare circumstance where you get the away team as a favorite over the home team, and it is undefeated. So unfortunately for my Patriots, odds-wise, that is not good news. Any Survivor here for you, Dave?
No, sir.
Buffalo and Houston, 1.5 for the Texans, 47.5. That line staying steady. Survivor here?
No, but good game. We'll definitely be ready to watch that one.
Jacksonville now down to 3. So the Colts taking money, 45.5. Rain not bothering the bettors so far this morning. That line staying stagnant. Any Survivor there?
No.
Cleveland and the Commanders. I think you can make a case for Washington and Survivor here. They are -3, 43.5. I just wonder about the psyche of Cleveland overall with Deshaun Watson and his issues. He just might Albert Hainsworth that.
Absolutely.
To be honest. If you don't remember Albert Hainsworth, he's basically the player who got his money and quit on a couple of teams, Tennessee, Washington, and the Patriots for that fact. And Washington really upset with Hainsworth back in the day, right, Dave?
Oh, absolutely. That was just absolutely sickening.
So you just get those vibes from Deshaun Watson overall. 49ers and the Cardinals, 7.5. The total now down to 48.5 with the Cardinals and the Niners. I do like the under in that game. But I do like the 49ers in a Survivor. I will use them as my pick, knowing that a lot of the field used them last week and already have used the Niners. So maybe that plays into my advantage today. Thoughts on that, David?
You make a good case for it, Steve. A game at home, they should probably end up winning.
Raiders and Broncos, 2.5, 36.5. This over-under is up a point. Any Survivor here for you?
I was going to do Denver, and then I looked at my contest, and I didn't end up using them, which I thought I did, but I think this is a good spot to use a team like Denver against a Raiders team who is kind of in that, have they quit already? You're asking these questions. Good spot here for Denver. They're showing you a little bit. They seem to have a real nice defense over there as well. So I think it's a great spot to get a team like Denver out of the way here if you're still alive.
Yep. All right. I agree with that. I think you could use Denver as a Survivor. Green Bay and the Rams, -3, 49.5 now with this over-under. This over-under, where this was at 48.5, is now up to 49.5. The Niners game, where that was 49.5, is now down to 48.5. Any Survivor in this game for you?
No.
Seattle and the Giants. I think Seattle will get used a lot today in Survivor. Some people have used them. I used them in one of my pools earlier on. I could use them in the 2 pools I'm left in today. But Seattle minus 742.5. You could use them, Dave?
I think so, Steve. This is probably a really good spot for them. Giants going across the country. Seattle still with a 3-1 record, but they had that loss last week. You're going to want to think that, this is going to be a good bounce back spot here at home for them, Steve.
Kansas City and the Steelers are the 2 night games. I'll pass Survivor both on those.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
No movement in the point spreads there. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll get to the slate. And let me see here. Let me hit up the Ant-Man real quick, see if he's going to be joining in. I know this is thrilling video and audio, me texting the Ant-Man.
Steve did take the under there in the Vikings game. Like I said, I think the 2 defenses there. But we need an Aaron Jones touchdown with that. So let's see where this goes.
Yeah. The Jets, I think, go 3 and out here, so they're not off to a good start.
Right.
College games yesterday, real quick, Dave. Did you were you entertained at least? Did he catch a lot of the college football?
Yeah, for a week that I thought was going to be an absolute dud, it was not that.
It looked like it was rather boring, and then Alabama lost, and then all hell broke loose.
Tennessee ends up losing.
Yeah. The Miami game was a thriller.
Yeah, Miami.
So unfortunately, I was awake to see it.
That was a late one.
Fortunately, I was sober though.
Right.
I was a good boy yesterday. So.
Yep. I tried. I made it to about halftime in that one, Steve, and then I shut it off.
That was about a 4-hour football game.
Yeah, that was a long one. But a good week in college. Really, again, like I said, I didn't think it was going to be very good, and most of the games that I watched ended up being most of them worth watching anyway, Steve.
All right, let's see here. Let's get to our slate. What we do now is we'll go through our list of games one by one. We'll take all the angles. We'll see what we can grab from it. I myself, prop-wise, I feel like I'm lacking. So maybe this will – and that's usually what this show does is give us ideas for you new listeners out there. And it is. It's designed to give you new ideas of how to bet, how to turn your $5 into 500. Actually, I got some tickets on the screen now that are winners. I mean, the one on the screen right now, if you're listening, not watching, is a Monday night ticket. Tennessee Titans on the alternate line, minus 12.5, plus a 680. That was an easy winner. And then the Lions, which they had to hold on, but they covered their 12.5 at plus 255, won by 13. And my theory on why you bet minus 12.5 instead of 13.5 is exactly what happened in that game.
Yep.
I had the extra point to play with, not having to win by 14 or more, and it paid off on this ticket, which was $12.50 to win $346. So good stuff there. I'll go ahead and throw my anytime touchdown score up there. You can take a look at that as well. That hit on the 1 o'clock window last week of Hubbard, Wicks, Fields, Hurts, and Kyren Williams. But that's the deal, Dave. We try to find the new angles to bet, and we try to encourage the listeners and viewers to think on their own and come up with good ways to turn their $5 or $10 into a lot of money. So let's see if we can find. I got some things on my radar, but let's see if we can find some other stuff. And last week, if you followed along with our obscure 2 touchdown scorer ticket of long odd 2 touchdown scorers, and we'll go ahead and make one as we go today. That won.
Yeah,
it hit the 2-player. It hit 2 of them anyway, with actually a third. If Jefferson would have gotten another touchdown, because we threw him in as the ringer, and what it is designed to be a lot of long shot guys, good guys who can score 2 at big paying odds, and if you put at least one guy. You think's almost a layup for 2. And well, layup is hard for 2 touchdowns. That's a bad way to say it. But as far as 2 touchdowns are concerned, it's maybe the easiest path that you see. And Jefferson's always a threat for 2 touchdowns. So as guys like him, you're going to want to make the regular in terms of making that parlay. But last week's winner was Chase Brown, who was like 33 to 1 odds. Taysom Hill, who was at 25-1 odds, something like that for 2 touchdowns. And those 2 guys on a small investment paid pretty well. $500 anyway, I think, off of $6 or $7 total. I don't even think it was that much. But you got to remember that $6 or $7 covered a bunch of the other 2 game parlays as well.
Right.
So in essence, those were like 50-cent bets. Okay, so in this Bengals-Ravens game, this is a good one to me. I think both of these teams are naturally over teams at this point of the season. The Bengals have shown that they can yield some points. Their defense isn't the greatest. There's a higher scoring game last week with Carolina. The Ravens offense is a hard offense to stop. I think Derrick Henry is an auto play at this point.
Yep.
To be honest. In fact, that's what we'll do is we're going to throw him into our he's going to be our ringer for this long odds ticket today is Derrick Henry, who's down at plus 250 for 2 touchdowns today. My man Chase Brown, who paid big time last week, down to 11-1. But I think a lot of players can get involved here. I think this is a fun same game parlay type of game. I can see the points happening. We have nice weather. I think Baltimore does win this game on the road as well. And if I'm going to it's been a lot of dogs this year, Dave. It's been a lot of underdogs, but this really could be the week where the favorites come back and bite everybody.
Right.
If you're playing all the dogs. I mean, this could be a very public week. We say that, and then it's completely lopsided. The Bengals win by 21 points. But I can see the Ravens winning a high-scoring game here and covering that number. And covering it, maybe not convincingly, but I could see them winning by 10, which I guess is convincing if you're on a pro team in the NFL. So I could see a double-digit victory. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
A 9.5
I'm not
play
saying
would
it's
probably
going to
be good.
happen. I think minus 9.5 is about a right place to do that if you want to take the Ravens, and that number would be, if you want to do it that way. Give me an alt line, people. Where is it at? We'll try this page. Okay. Alternate spread here. For the Ravens to win by 10 on the road is at plus 280. So that's a good baseline number for a 4 or 5 team round robin. The round robin, if you don't know what that is, it's, whatever number of picks you have, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It could be even more. But know that the more picks you have, the more expensive it gets. So 3, 4, and 5 are good round robin numbers to use without having to get overly invested to still get a good payout. But 280 is a good number that fits into that kind of ticket that will blow up your 50 cent, your $1 bet into a couple hundred anyway. So I could see that happening on the Ravens side. Who scores? I mean, give me Henry. I mean, he's my best prop of the day. He's minus 210 for 1 touchdown. In fact, there's some heavily favored running backs to score today, like Kyron Williams, Jordan Mason, even Kenneth Walker. If you look at all these guys to score today, and Derrick Henry minus 210, I mean, you're only going to get like 5-1 odds for four of those guys to score. It's not going to be anything super crazy payout wise. But we'll take Henry for 2 on our obscure ticket. We'll use him as a ringer. I'm tempted to throw Chase Brown on there, but I won't. I'll find another game where we can throw 2 guys on there because it's good to have 2 different ones. Chase Brown was actually part of the Tommy Tremble ticket in the same game last week. But give me the Ravens. Give me a higher scoring game. Give me your thoughts, Dave, and I'll go through a few more of the numbers here in a second.
I like the Ravens as well here. We're going to play that 9.5. But here, I would consider Jamar Chase as well with that 2 touchdown. Plus 800 over here for me. I don't think that's the worst for a player of his caliber, Steve. But I'll tell you what, let's go and see if we can get real quick some scoring specials here going on.
Anthony loves Chase today. He's on one of his tickets.
Yeah, well, I think you could, I think you could absolutely use that. So, Steve, if we like the running backs, which I think we do in this game for sure, you could do the prop, both teams for a rushing touchdown. I could see that today. You're not getting paid all that great for it, but it might be something you could use to kind of boost up a ticket. So I would look into the touchdown props as well. But give me Chase today. Something just tells me on that front.
All right. Other numbers for this game. I'm not going to argue that as well. I think everyone can get involved. The receiver yards, Higgins, 52.5. Jamar Chase, 71.5. Iosivis, 26.5. That seems low. That's a guy who can get over that number. In fact, I'm going to look at his alternate number yards as well. Wow, 50 yards for him is at plus 310. So
that's pretty good.
I'm going to write him down because this should be a higher scoring game. Let's see. Mark Andrews, 24.5. Wow, that's low for him. But he has not been involved. I know Anthony's going to take a shot at that today, too. He told me, again, he's not going to jump off the Andrews bandwagon. Has been burning everyone every week. Isaiah Likely, 25.5. Zay Flowers, just 51.5. I know you're a Zay Flowers guy. Zach Moss, 13.5 on the receiving end of things. Justice Hill, 17.5. Even that seems low. One of these days, Dave, they're going to put Derrick Henry in a screen pass receiving scenario, and he is at 7.5 over under for his receive yard numbers. You don't think of Henry as a receiver, but that does not mean he's never been passed the ball. And with a tricky Ravens defense, they will try to set something up for him here eventually. 25 yards receiving for Henry is at plus 430. All you need to do is get him in open space, and he gets that.
I was going to say, you get one screen pass, and he goes for 70. I mean, imagine that.
So I'm going to add that to my list as well, things to look at. Derrick Henry receive yards. Andre Iosivis, the Harvard kid from Cincinnati. I'm not pronouncing his name anywhere correctly. That's for sure. So look at those two guys for me. Anytime touchdown scorers. Let's see. The best thing about the booze is they just, once you think they're going to stop, they don't. Other receiving touchdowns or anytime touchdown. Chase plus 110, Moss plus 140, Chase Brown plus 165, Lamar Jackson plus 165, Zay Flowers plus 200, T. Higgins plus 210, Mark Andrews plus 310, Iosivis plus 310. Is that TJ Hawkinson?
That's going to the house. That is a pick
touchdown.
6.
Van Ginkel for the Minnesota Vikings. He has long hair. You thought it was a Hawkinson, but Van Ginkel picks off Aaron Rodgers, takes it to the house. A Vikings defensive touchdown is your first score of Week 5, and it is now. Oh, did the Jets? No, they put 6 up for the Jets, but they just messed it up.
Yeah.
I'm like, I didn't miss a Jets.
The Jets did get a turnover, though. It was a fumble from the Vikings, and then they just gave it right back.
Let's see how bad this is. This is a horrible throw by Aaron Rodgers.
It is, but it's a good play from the linebacker, though, for sure.
Even he's throwing in at the tight coverage regardless. And Van Ginkel, who's a long shot for Defensive Player of the Year. I think he was around 200-1 a week or so ago. Could be one of those candidates to win it, to be honest. Especially if the Vikings defense shows up like it does. All right, 2 touchdown scores for this one as well. Any other long shots? You know what? I'll throw the Iosivis at 32-1 in our ticket here of long shotters. Why not? Isaiah Likely 32-1, Justice Hill 37-1, Zay Flowers 17-1, Lamar 12-1, Chase 8-1, Higgins 16-1 for them. All right, anything else on this one, Dave?
No, this should be a good one at 1:00 here in the lounge.
Give me the Ravens and the over. Give me the over in the Carolina and the Bears game. Like the Bengals and the Ravens, I think the Panthers are naturally an over team. At this point, they have a poor secondary. They can push down the ball down the field offensively with Andy Dalton. The Bears growing up in front of our eyes a little bit, winning last week. Maybe they can get some momentum here, get another win at home. If they get another win, they'll be 3-2, which I think after week 5, they take that.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the rookie quarterback. So big things at stake today, 3.5, 40.5. I think Carolina scores. I think the Bears score. Give me a DJ Moore touchdown. That was Anthony's winning player last week, so he's getting involved more. He's plus 195 for a score today. This is a revenge game for him as well. DeAndre Swift, who Del Grande loves today, plus 135. Chuba Hubbard, plus 125. Keenan Allen, plus 240. Xavier Leggett getting some action from Dalton last week is plus 320. Rome Odunze, plus 330. Caleb Williams, plus 330. Cole Kmet, plus 390. Tommy Trimble, we'll mention him again, a 7-1 odds. Your thoughts on this game, Dave?
This one should be interesting. I think I'm going to go back to the well with the Dalton touchdowns. He didn't have 2 last week, but he could have easily done it. And if we're going to go by the way of that, let's look at the passing prop. Yeah, Dalton for 2+ passing touchdowns is 165. I could probably see that if we're expecting a lot of points here. And I also took a DeAndre Swift touchdown as well, Steve.
Dalton for his passing yards low, 214.5. Caleb Williams, 211.5. Weather not an issue either. For good payouts, passing wise, which I might take a shot at some of these. Andy Dalton's for 275 yards is 4-1. You could probably talk me into that. Caleb Williams for 275 plus is that plus 450. Caleb Williams to throw for 2 touchdowns plus 142. To throw for 3 is plus 600. Dalton to throw for 2 is plus 180. Yes, I do like that, Dave. I agree with you on that. Andy Dalton is at plus 310. If I do have a list of quarterbacks to throw 2 touchdowns, it's going to be Dalton on there. It's going to be Stroud. We'll get to him. And it's going to be Jordan Love. I'll get to him. But I can put that list together with Dalton, and I'll find another couple here along the way, and we'll go with 5 guys to throw 2 touchdowns to get a nice payoff if we do a ticket on that. But I see points here in this game.
I do too,
for sure. And if we look at 2 touchdown scores, I'm going to give the little bit better opportunity for Chicago here. But Swift is 9-1. Deontay Johnson 17-1. Roshan Johnson 23-1. Keenan Allen 22-1. DJ Moore 17-1. Caleb Williams 31-1. Dunze 36-1. Cole Kmet 42-1. I'll go ahead and throw Kmet on this long shot 2 touchdown score ticket that we have going here. Why not? His targets have been up. We'll see if he can get into the end zone today. Tommy Trimble 95-1 for 2 touchdowns. So his odds going through the roof compared to last week. He has way too much talk on this show, but he is a guy we like to try to hit on because his odds are so long, and he does catch touchdowns. I'm not the fan that they just showed in the stands, Dave. Did you see that?
I did not.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
I was 2 giant watermelons in the front row hanging out. Put it that way. On a Sunday morning for your kids to watch football.
Understood.
All right. Cole Kmet, 42-1 odds. We'll throw him on a ticket. Anything else here, Dave? What do you like?
Other than that, Steve, I like the passing touchdowns, and I'm going to take a Bears minus 5.5 selection.
Another interception by Rodgers.
See, the Minnesota defense is what drove me to use that survivor play.
This one, deep throw over the middle, and it's looked like a flailing, well, it wasn't a flailing duck, but it might as well have been. And an easy interception for the Vikings. Let's look at this play one more time as we are watching this game live. It's just
it does not get any easier than that.
I mean, just terrible coverage overall. Terrible throws into coverage overall by Aaron Rodgers. I mean, those are both on him. I mean, those are really, really bad.
Yeah.
I lost my track of thought. That's how bad it was. What was I looking for, Dave? Can you remember?
We were finishing up here with the Bears and Panthers. Going to take a -5.5 play with the Bears.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to take the Bears to win this game, a higher scoring game, and I think they can maybe even win this by double digits, to be honest. The Andy Dalton, though, he's going to keep him in it. Now, that's what I'm saying.
Well, and that's why I'm going to use the 5.5 because it's just like your 12.5 that you were talking about.
31 to 24 or something like that. 31-27. Somewhere in that range, I could see this game going on. All right. Let's get to the next game. The system play game. The Dolphins -1.5 now. And my Patriots 36.5. You might be like, why is this guy calling his team the Patriots when he's wearing a Mets hat? Well, my parents are 1/2 Boston and 1/2 New York. I don't think any one of you out there thought that was possible, but at Grumman Aircraft on Long Island, New York, where they met at work, that's where those dreams became a reality. My mom, the Bostonite, and my dad, the New Yorker. So let's go Mets. Let's go Patriots. But the Patriots are on the bad side of things. I'll be rooting for them today, Dave. I put in a bet earlier in the week where I did a Patriots alt line. I've been regretting that ever since, to be honest. I have it with the over in the Ravens game, and I have it with your Commanders, actually, to win by 10 points.
We talked about that one, I think.
So I need the Patriots to win by 10. That being said, I do have bets out there with the Dolphins team total points over 17.5. So I like how this over-under is trending up. I'm getting the better number of it now. They are calling for Odell Beckham Jr. to play. I just saw the Patriots injury report. I don't know who they're trotting out there. The skill positions aren't necessarily bad. We just can't. There's no efficient way to get the ball to the receivers with that offensive line. The Dolphins' defense is terrible. Patriots' offense of line still banged up. Guys even going to the IR are better players, hoping to get them back soon. That will not be the case. Patriots banged up on defense as well. So maybe it's a field day for these receivers for the Dolphins somehow. It's going to be up to Huntley. But I'll say this. It's all low-hanging fruit if you think this game could be an over, especially on the Dolphins' part. Tyreek Hill baseline receiving yards, just 47.5. Jalen Waddle, 37.5. Achane, 21.5. Polk, 26.5. Hunter Henry, 26.5. Antonio Gibson's 13.5. Demario Douglas, 25.5. Odell Beckham Jr., 8.5. You don't think he can't go over today? Odell Beckham has an alternate receiving yard number 2 for 25 yards plus. He's plus 320.
That's one catch.
40 yards for Beckham is at plus 790. 50 yards is at 12-1. And 60 yards is at 16-1. How about that?
Definitely going to have to look at that.
Yeah, so this is the kind of bet where if you're going to take Henry on an alternate receiving number, throw him in with like a Beckham.
Right.
Because these guys aren't supposed to do it. And that's the kind of low-hanging number. You'll get a real easy chance there just with a couple of catches to cash a ticket. In fact, I'll round robin this as well. I got the notes. I can do this later. But good numbers on Odell Beckham Jr. Achane for 40 yards receiving is plus 310. I think that's live. Tyreek Hill, I think, is live for 100 yards. That's plus 730 just for 100 yards from Tyreek Hill today. So you're getting some really big numbers on the Dolphins side of things. And as a Patriot fan, I'm going to bet these Dolphin numbers. That's fine. If I lose them, that's what happens. We're going to have to go with it. 2 touchdown scorers today. Achane's 10-1. Gibson 11-1. Ramondre Stevenson 14-1. Tyreek Hill 18-1, Mostert 27-1, Tyler Huntley 30-1, Jalen Waddle 32-1. We're going to go ahead and throw maybe Jalen Waddle on this parlay here that we have going with Henry, Ios Devices, Cole Kmet, Waddle at 32-1. Just those four guys together, 25 cents pays $37,000. So why would you not try that? Why would you not try that at the end of the day? If you wanted to do two different 3-game parlays, because you'll have to split up Ios and Henry, $1 each, a total of $2. And if you get Waddle for 2, Cole Kmet for 2, and Derrick Henry for 2, you're going to get about $10,000, maybe a little less. And if it's not Henry and it's Ios, you're going to get about $7,000 or $8,000 for him, Kmet, and Waddle. You can't tell me that can't happen today somehow. So we'll throw Waddle on this ticket. Give me a higher scoring game with the Dolphins winning. I'll put a score on it of something like 28-20. I'll say this is a weird one, Dave.
It certainly could be. With that over, the number of 36 is low if these two teams can find a way to get it going. But I'm going to take – you'll like this, Steve. I'm going to take a Patriots money line today. I'm going to back you guys a little bit. The Dolphins.
Opposite of system play, huh?
Yeah, I think I'm going to. Just the Dolphins are really, really struggling right now, Steve. And, the Patriots at home can't grind one out. Like I said, every week they at least make you work for it. And why can't they bring the effort to beat a struggling Dolphins team? They have a backup quarterback in, Steve, and it's been a long time since they won a road game with a backup quarterback. Not sure if you knew that or not. But it's been quite some time, I'll tell you that. So give me some Patriots today for the upset.
If you put Brissett on the Dolphins, this would be a bloodbath on behalf of Miami.
Right.
I will say that as far as the quarterback matchups. You're going to get some good quarterback props, too. Let's see here. Passing wise, for Brissett, 158.5. Tyler Huntley, 162.5. So their alternate numbers are going to be through the roof. Brissett is at plus 920 for his number, and Huntley at plus 920 for 250 yards. Huntley for 250 yards is at plus 880. The passing touchdowns, which may be the way to go, Huntley for 2 is at plus 360. Jacoby Brissett for 2 touchdowns today, passing plus 390. So good numbers all the way around for these guys. Rushing prop wise.
I have Mostert for a touchdown as well. I think he's
he gets back into the action.
I think he's back today, and he's always a threat every time he's on the field.
Brissett for 9.5 rushing yards is a decent one to do, to be honest. He could definitely scramble away. I wonder if we might not see Drake May in this game, too, at some point. That's why the Brissett stuff is kind of scary. But Brissett for 25 rushing yards is at plus 520. Plus 520. So that would be a good one to put in with the OBJ, maybe, and Derrick Henry receiving number. That'd be a good weird one to play where you can round robin and get a nice payout overall. All right, next game on the board should be a fun one. I'll let you start, Dave. It's the Bills and the Texans. Texans 1.5, 47.5. This line staying right where it's at the whole week. It hasn't moved yet. So action on both sides of the coin here. Who do you like in this one?
Steve, I think I like the Bills to pull this one out. This should be a really good game. I think that there's a pretty good chance that we could creep towards this total of 47.5. These two teams certainly capable of putting up points. I like Diggs to get in today anytime. So you have you definitely have a good arsenal to choose from here in this game. If you're going by the way of touchdowns, Akers, Cook, Allen, Collins, and Diggs, just the first 5 people I see at the top of this list, and I could see any number of them guys getting in, Steve. So I like a bit of a higher scoring game here in this one as well. And give me some Diggs touchdown anytime.
I'll flash a few of the tickets on the screen that the Ant-Man has brought up. He has a 2 touchdown score ticket with Mark Andrews, Travis Etienne, Jordan Mason, and Kyron Williams. All right, I'm going to go on the other flip side of the coin. I like Buffalo, Dave. I am a Josh Allen and a Bills fan. But I think the Texans might have them outgunned a little bit at home today. A little bit better defense, I think, on behalf of the Texans. This could be an overtime game for sure. Let's see. So to bet overtime, let's see if we have that. Will there be an overtime? Yep. 13-1. Not the worst number on that. I could see an overtime game today. In fact, I might even do a little 2-game parlay of overtimes. And I can see the Bills overtime with the Texans today. Let's see. I just like Houston at home here. I think I hear just with a little bit better defense. I'm wondering if James Cook won't get a bulk of the carries too to try to keep CJ Stroud off the field. That's why I would think it might go under. That's kind of my reasoning, but this is a very explosive game where really the pop rocks in the soda bottle where it could explode at any time and blow this over under through the roof. Cam Akers minus 120 for a score. James Cook plus 105. Nico is plus 115. Diggs is plus 155. Keon Coleman plus 230. Tank Dell plus 250. Dalton Kincaid plus 250. Curtis Samuel is a sleepy pick by Del Grande. I think Dawson Knox at plus 650 is an interesting one to me. He could see more action because of Shakir being out. Let's see here. I'll hit the 2 touchdown scores first, and I'll get to the receiving numbers and the quarterback numbers. 2 touchdown scores in this game. Cam Akers 5-1. James Cook plus 650. Josh Allen 7-1. Keon Coleman 20-1. Diggs 11-1. I got Diggs in the ticket somewhere. I got Allen in the ticket somewhere already. Kincaid 23-1. Tank Dell 25-1. This is a Diggs revenge game. Extra effort perhaps to get him the ball against his old team as well. Curtis Samuel 34-1 for 2. Dalton Schultz 36-1. Dawson Knox 85-1. CJ Stroud 75-1. Valdez Scantling 100-1. Let's go ahead and throw Dawson Knox at 85-1 in this obscure ticket that we have going on. Why not? Because he's going to pay off big time if he scores 2. And he is capable of scoring 2. He's been a 2 touchdown scorer in every year he's been in the NFL for me. Most famously, not scoring 2 touchdowns in the AFC Championship game against Kansas City, where he had one right off the bat as the first touchdown scorer, and then got tackled just shy of the goal line. That was an $8,000 payout, Dave. That just came up a hair short. So we'll throw Dawson Knox on there today, knowing that my man Shakir is out of the game. If you've been listening to the show, I was one of the original people on Shakir, if not the original. And I did hear a couple of the talking heads out there in podcast, sports gambling, talk show space bring up that they love Shakir as well. But that was well after I said it on this show. So with no Shakir today, let's take a stab at Dawson Knox on a long shot. Why not? That's how we make big, giant payouts if weird stuff happens. Dawson Knox and Cole Kmet, if they each get 2, that's going to be a huge payout on just 25 cents altogether. Let's see here. Anything else for you on this, Dave?
Do you make a case for Keon Coleman?
Oh, absolutely.
At all?
I make a case for anyone for the score 2 in this game, to be honest. I mean, it's pick your poison. I think the Stroud alternate passing yards, just plus 235 for 300 or more. As the Jets are trying to get into the red zone here, it'd be nice to see a Breece Hall or Garrett Allen touchdown. Or Garrett Wilson.
Garrett Wilson.
Josh Allen for 2 touchdowns is plus 110 for him today. He can run it in. That's why I would like Stroud for 2 more than I would Allen for 2. Rushing prop wise for these 2 guys, you'll get a low number on Stroud. Although you do get a decent rushing, you get plus 420 for 25 or more. If Stroud does do that, I'll put him on my list of obscure. I've used that before for success, so I will use it again today. Stroud over rush. Josh Allen, alternate rushing yards. 50 yards gets plus 220. I think that's fair today. I think you'll see Allen run the ball a decent amount against a nice Texans defense. But like I said, I'm wondering if it just won't be James Cook the whole time, too. 57.5, the baseline for him. 49.5 for Akers. Good game, Dave.
Yeah, I think so.
All right. Look out for the rain. Jacksonville and the Colts, minus 3.5, 45.5. Because of the rain, I will chill out on this game. I will find better plays on the board. I'm too sketched out about it. I will make a case for ETN to score. I'll make a case for the Jaguars to win it, probably, because they need a win bad. Just because you need a win doesn't mean you will win. You guys got me on the Alec Pierce bandwagon at plus 300. I don't know. Just because of the questionable weather today. Flacco is kind of new to this playbook still. And Jacksonville is a hungry animal. Tough game to handicap for me overall, especially if there are weather elements. So this is going to be a general pass for me, Dave. What do you like?
Yeah, Steve, this is one I go through and I look at it. I have no plays on it right now. I'm not sure where to begin with it other than, let's try an Alec Pierce anytime at that number. That's something that I have jotted down. So I guess there's that. But, Steve, I think you're right. There's better plays on the board. Again, Jacksonville really needs a win. Makes you think that, they have a better chance, but, they haven't won yet. So, why would it be today? The Colts, another one of those teams that, they grind it out too. They make you work for it. And I think they can put up, at least get their points. So maybe something with the Colts, actually, if they're going to, maybe a team total would be appropriate for them, Steve. But again, better plays probably around.
Trevor Lawrence, 234.5. Flacco, 246.5 for their baseline. 2 touchdowns for these guys. Let's see here. Flacco is at plus 128, which is fair. Again, the weather just is a weird one for me.
Right.
I don't know. So I need to leave a game off the board. It might as well be this one. Trevor Lawrence for 2 touchdowns is at plus 102. Maybe we'll throw a rant. I don't even want to throw a 2 touchdown scorer in this game, to be honest. If this is going to be that rainy, why do it?
No.
ETN's plus 470 for 2. Trey Sermon, 8-1. Brian Thomas Jr., who's been a prop killer. He's been great. 15-1. Christian Kirk, 17-1. Pittman Jr., 18-1. Tank Bigsby, 25-1. Downs, 27-1. Alec Pierce, 29-1. Trevor Lawrence, 32-1. Brenton Strange, 37-1. Gabe Davis, 34-1. Gabe Davis, I gave you your one chance. I'm done with you. Receiver props. And the Jets don't score. How did the Jets not score there? Did they turn it over on downs?
Yeah, I think they did. Why they didn't take the field goal, but
now Sam Darnold goes to the air. The Vikings probably should have scored on the drive before as well. I think they had a flag picked up because it looked like Jefferson had an interference. But it is 10-0 Vikings, 8:41 remaining in the first half. All right. Passing the rest of this for me, Dave.
Yeah,
Anything
no,
else for you?
this
Okay.
is I'll take a chance again on Alec Pierce. I'll say that.
And we're moving right along this morning. Look at this. It's 10:30, and we're going to be finished up with the 1 p.m. games, David. How about that?
Wow.
Washington -3, 43.5. The total in this game. Dave, you are the resident Commander fan or NFC East expert. Go ahead and give your State of the Union of the Commanders. It's got to be a happy speech.
Yeah, it's not bad, Steve. You know, the thing is we've learned throughout the years to not get too excited just yet. But I do love what I'm seeing so far from the quarterback, and it just seems like the whole locker room enjoys coming to work finally. Looks like they're building some chemistry there, so things may be starting to take off. We're going to need to see it a little bit more, though, to get excited about it. So I think we could see it over here, Steve. There goes Chandler. Should have started him today.
Vikings in the red zone on the attack. Jefferson with a long pass reception a minute ago. Keep going, Dave.
So, Steve, good things. Well,
coming back for a hold. Go ahead.
Yeah, hopefully they can keep it together, keep the train moving. Again, I think we could see it over with Washington getting their points. The defense, the secondary, maybe a little bit suspect. They give up some plays. So they're a bit prone to giving up some points themselves. I think maybe Cleveland, at least helps that cause a little bit with the number sitting at 44, Steve. And there's a lot of Washington guys you could take for a touchdown as well. That's probably a pretty good list to choose from today.
All right. Let's see here. I like Washington. I like them in this game -3. I think they can win this by double digits. Again, the psyche for the Browns is worrisome to me. And just the way that they performed. I said it earlier. Is Deshaun Watson the new Albert Hainsworth? Maybe he is. I'm not willing to put my money on the Browns. I'll put him on the rookie, who I love on my fantasy team, by the way, as well. I'll put on the rookie quarterback, Jaden Daniels. 43.5 is tricky as well, but the Commanders have been a higher scoring team. I could see this being a Commanders and the over scenario as well. I will take a 2-touchdown random Commander for our ticket on here. Zach Ertz is 45-1. I like that. Luke McCaffrey is 50-1. Is Noah Brown hurt, Dave?
No, I don't see him on here. He might. Yeah, he might be.
Okay. Actually, I have Brian Robinson Jr. listed today. Is he in?
He is going to play.
Plus 8-1 for him. Jerome Ford plus 950. Jaden Daniels plus 950. Amari Cooper 14-1. McLaurin 16-1. Eckler 19-1. Njoku, he'll be in now for the Browns. We thought he would be sitting, but I see 32-1 for him. Jerry Jeudy 32-1. Watson 37-1. Zach Ertz 45-1. McCaffrey 50-1. I mean, one of these longer shot guys is tempting like a Luke McCaffrey for a touchdown or for 2 touchdowns today.
I like the Daniels for 2 play.
I do too. You know what? I'll go ahead and throw that into this. This will be kind of a semi-ringer type of scenario with Jaden Daniels in here. We'll throw him in at plus 950 for the 2 touchdowns on this ticket. So give me the Commanders here. Prop-wise passing. Jaden Daniels just 200.5. Deshaun Watson 212.5. Now Cleveland has a decent secondary with Ward, but can the other guys get open? I'm going to take maybe a shot on some Jaden Daniels passing yards. It's not like the Cleveland defense was super great on the road last year's. So maybe they kind of, get kicked while they're down a little bit here. Commanders putting up 42 points on the road last week. Deshaun Watson passing yards. For him to get 250 or more is at plus 225. I want no piece of that.
No.
Deshaun Watson for an interception is minus 146. That I could see. The team points, we don't talk about team points too often, but I think this is a safe one too. The Commanders' total points for the game is 23.5 is at plus 100. I would take over 23.5 points.
I like that. Yeah, I like that as well.
They can get to 24, I think, for sure in this game. Alternate receiving numbers. Amari Cooper, Anthony likes him today at plus 440. McLaurin, he'll see Denzel Ward probably. 100 yards for him is at plus 490. Jerome Ford, I'm done with him. I've been playing him on the props. No success, so we'll lay off of that. Jaden Daniels to get 50 yards rushing is only minus 124. Justin Jefferson, what happened here? Is it incomplete? I thought that was a touchdown, perhaps.
It's looking like it's going to be a pass interference.
But it looks like it's going to be a pass interference. First and goal of the 1.
Yep.
For Minnesota.
And Aaron Jones was hobbling around, so I don't know if he's hurt or what, but he hasn't been out there this whole possession, which is unfortunate. I would have liked a touchdown.
Sauce Gardner with blanket coverage on Jefferson, but he's going to get called for the PI on this one. So first down and goal of the 1. We're back in shotgun by Darnold. He's looking to the end zone. Tip.
Oh!
It should have been intercepted.
There is a flag.
But there is a flag. Brian Robinson's interesting to me in this game too, Dave. I wouldn't throw him out.
No, he could certainly get one. Yeah.
Concerning. For double-digit win today, 10 points or less, 10 points or more is at plus 255, minus 12.5, plus 350 for Washington. I'll take Washington in this. I'm going to kick the Browns while they are down.
I might give you a little cash or some Venmo. I don't want to bet on them because I don't want to, mess up the energy there. The old superstition. So we might work something out so I can get on a number there with you, Steve.
Okay. Let's see here. Anything else? Running the ball for Minnesota. Not in. So they'll have second and goal they lose yardage actually. So from about the 3. All right, we'll do another game while we have this red zone going on. Just trying to take a break since we have the time here.
Right.
Be nice to stretch the legs out for a second.
Well, that is it for the 1 o'clock. So it would be a good time for one.
We'll start. We'll do the 4 o'clock game with the Niners and the Cardinals. That's the 4:05 Eastern Standard game. Minus 7.5. Over under is at 48.5. Darnold's going to go to the air.
And another flag.
Looking for Jefferson, but another flag.
I think he's gotten like 3 flags.
This has been a flag
in his favor.
There's been a few flags in this game again. The national TV games seem to be very flag-ridden so far in this 2024 season. But the Niners 7.5, 48.5. Give me the under. I like that in this game. Down from 49.5 already. I think the Niners get to a lead. I think they sit on it. I think the Cardinals are having a tough luck a little bit here. They're outclassed by an experienced Niners team. 24-9 sounds about right to me. Something like that. 27-9, 27-13, somewhere in that range. So I think that's an under. And I think Mason is a great
touchdown.
Great chance. This is going to be someone we've never heard of. Ham. CJ Ham for the Vikings is into the end zone. How many of you out there had your CJ Ham tickets? Let us know if you did on the show. You can always text us 757-354-5517. That's on the screen. You can go to our YouTube channel and comment. That's Deep End 757 Broadcasting. Our Twitter at deepend757. All website content found on Deep End, like deep end of a swimming pool, deependbroadcasting.com. So I think the Niners coast to victory here. I do like the Mason numbers. I mentioned that he's a big favorite for an anytime touchdown scorer earlier. He's minus 220, so the same number as Henry. Debo's minus 105. Connor plus 110. Ayuk plus 175. Kittle plus 175. Marvin Harrison plus 185. Juwan Jennings plus 260. Kyle Juszczyk plus 480. There was Greg Dortch at plus 410. Dave, you think this is a beatdown, close game? What do you like?
Well, I think it might be a little bit higher scoring. I think both of these teams can put up some points. Is Arizona going to help you with that cause? That might be, the one concern. But they are able to. But I'll just take a Jordan Mason anytime on a ticket that we're building here. Really not great numbers, but it's one that you can kind of put in there and you feel pretty good about hitting. So give me Jordan Mason, and you know what? Give me a higher scoring game as well, Steve.
I'll go ahead and take our man because he's going to get long shot odds again, right? Juwan Jennings, 22-1 on the long shot 2-touchdown ticket. Trey McBride's 28-1 for 2 touchdowns. Kyler Murray, 29-1. Marvin Harrison, 14-1. Ayuk, 14-1. Kittle, 13-1. Jordan Mason plus 230 for 2 touchdowns. Debo plus 650. James Conner plus 750. The passing prop wise, Purdy's 259.5 for his baseline. Kyler Murray 220.5 for his baseline. 300 yards for Purdy is plus 240. See, these are just all numbers I don't want any part of.
Right.
250 for Kyler Murray is at plus 182. I don't want any part of that. Kyler Murray interception at minus 114 is interesting. I wish I could parlay the interception, guys. They won't let you. Otherwise, I would be doing one of those every week. So you're going to go over. I'll go under. Rushing prop yards. Mason 86.5. Connor 60.5. I like to use Purdy sometimes, but I'll leave him off. Not today. 11.5 rushing yards for him. Debo, 15.5 rushing yards for him. I'm going to use Mason on the 2 scores. I'll get him involved somewhere with that, and that will be it. I'll lean under as well in this game, too. All right. Well, let's go ahead and take a break, Dave. How about that?
All right.
I'll go ahead and cue up one of these commercials here. Let's see. We'll use this one in a while. As we toy around in the studio. Sure, there we go. We'll let that one. All right, so we'll take a quick commercial break, just over 5 minutes, just to stretch the legs. We'll do the rest of the slate, and we should be out of here figuring about 30 minutes max. That'll be plenty of time to watch the rest of this game for you. And we'll be wrapping up right when the third quarter starts. That should be working out perfectly for everyone involved. All right, we'll be back after this.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Hey, does your home have algae or stains on the siding? Is there grime built up on your deck or brick patio? Coastal Pressure Washing Services has a warranty of professional services. From pressure washing to window cleaning to deck and vent staining, as well as dryer vent cleaning, you got it all. Call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net. Again, call Coastal Pressure Washing at area code 757-439-9810 or visit our website at coastalpressurewashing.net.
Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517. Do you want to advertise with Deep End Broadcasting? Send us an email at deepend757@yahoo.com. That's deepend757@yahoo.com.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
It is estimated that 23% of car accidents each year involve a cell phone. That's 1.3 million accidents a year. Reaching for your phone, you are 4 times more likely to crash. Dialing on your phone, 2.8 times more likely to crash. And texting on your phone, you are 23 times more likely to crash. Attentive drivers are safe drivers. Dependable Solutions can provide all voiceover services for your advanced audio production needs. Think of us as an inexpensive option, no matter what the size of the project is. From one-word cameos to full script productions, contact Dependable Solutions at 757-354-5517.
Know your gambling limits. Don't ever bet what you can't cover. Wagering on sports is only fun when you do it the right way. Not every bet will win. When you get on a bad run, know it and avoid trouble. Know your gambling limit.
This is the Deep End Broadcasting Network.
Family owned and operated, CP Shuckers Cafe and Raw Bar specializes in delicious cuisine, refreshing drinks, and a laid-back atmosphere. We opened our doors in 1995 and have enjoyed being a place to either relax or celebrate ever since. Whether you are in the mood to indulge in a great meal with your friends and family or watch the game, we promise that our inventive menu, attentive service, and skilled bartenders will have you truly satisfied. Both of our locations have spacious outdoor patios for enjoying the breeze and catching a little sun. Our friendly staff at CP Shuckers will make your next dining experience a pleasant one by delivering personal care. We are open until 2 a.m. Full menu will be served until 10 p.m. and late night limited menu until 1 a.m. For larger parties, please give the location of choice a call. Pacific Avenue, 757-425-8676 or Shore Drive, 757-412-2929. More information at cpshuckers.com. Thank you for your continued support and have a shucking good time.
Get on your feet. Now time is over with the quickness. Can I get a witness like Jehovah? Amen. Keep it up till I say when. Now I'm busting out the playpen. It's the era of Jake Rivera. Sparking revolutions like in one ton of mirror. Like Thor getting plagued from the hands of the creator. Locust devouring all the hocus pocus. Focus on the most of the curious unload. Contents under pressure. I'm about to explode like Luferino. Lean and green, so check my signal. It's the skinny individual who did you well. I kid you not. I think you stop if you got to scheme. Cause my team bring the steam like I wonder from my oasis. And the race is right. Now it's time to take my place in the sun. You can't deny the force. 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 You can't deny the force.
I got a 5 on me.
Resistance is futile.
That's what that's doable. Not the worst.
Of course, yeah. So expensive, heavy speed, and the bar and symbols all suspended sense.
Self-suppression and evidence will be met with belligerence.
And you can hesitate balance, cause like the present intent. Hence, your confession is expected if you think they were persistent in a method, yes, you guess it.
Blessed are we who come in the name of J.
Our word spreads like a
Oh, I declare.
It's a state of emergency, the prison and a sense. So don't expect no clemency, depend on me, my vanity. It's enough forgiving me.
You can't resist the skin.
So give yourself a moving. Still, feel the war, emotional, you see.
Cross, cautiously. You can't deny the force.
No, you
You
can't.
can't deny the force. You can't deny the force.
No, you can't.
You can't deny the force.
The Jets are getting pummeled at the hands of the Vikings in the first half, and I mean literally, as Aaron Rodgers is lucky to hold on to the ball after he got his blindside hit, the textbook blindside hit. Didn't see it coming and got rocked. So Rodgers having a rough time. And we'll see how the New York media reacts to this. That's going to be interesting to see how that all plays out here in the next few days, especially with a hard schedule coming up. Let's see if I can pull that up real quick. The Jets' schedule. The Jets, I know they have the Steelers coming up too. I do know that. Let's see what they got. All right, for the Jets. Next week, they host the Bills. Then they're at the Steelers, at New England, host the Texans on Halloween night, Thursday Night Football. And then they'll soften up a little bit at the Cardinals against the Colts. They'll play Seattle, who's tough. They have the Dolphins, Jags, Rams later in December. So schedule lightens up. But in the meantime, it is going to be something else for the New York Jets here the next few weeks. All right, Dave, let's resume what we have going on. This is the round robin. I am Stephen Murray, nephew Dave alongside. We are looking at the 4 p.m. window, 4 p.m. Eastern time windows of games. As we anticipate another flag, but they're not going to throw it. Darnold is looking for Jefferson left and right, though. He is getting a lot of balls thrown his way. All right, Denver and the Vegas Raiders. Vegas is seemingly a team spiraling out of control to me. I was mentioning last week how I thought they might be quitting, but they managed to beat another team who was quitting themselves in the Cleveland Browns, I feel like. So at the end of the day, I'll call that a wash. But now they're going to play a young team who's trying hard in Denver, and they are feisty. I think we do have a coaching mismatch here with the Broncos and the Raiders. Antonio Pierce against Sean Payton. Give me Payton every day if that's the matchup. Bo Nix is probably the better quarterback on the field at this point. Minus 2.5 for the Broncos seems cheap to me. Over under 36.5. You're going to get some low numbers on all these guys. Nix is 188.5. I think he can go over that today. Minshew is at 192.5. Passing touchdowns today for Bo Nix is 2 touchdowns is plus 300 today for Bo Nix. How about that? 3 touchdowns is at 13-1 for Bo Nix. So I'm going to get involved there. If we think that Denver is going to maybe perhaps dominate the Raiders here, maybe this game can spiral out of control in favor of Denver. So I would like some low-hanging numbers in that regard on behalf of Bo Nix. Minshew for 2 touchdowns passing is plus 310. But who's he going to pass it to? And you still have Patrick Surtain on the other side of the field for Denver as well. So give me the Broncos. It was probably a blowout, but still might not go over the total, Dave.
No, Steve. I think this one goes under. definitely some room to move here on the spread. I think you could go Denver, even back to that 9.5. Really, they're gaining a little momentum themselves. Maybe not quite as bad as we thought. At least that defense is pretty damn good, Steve. I will say that. So give me the Broncos minus 9.5 and under the total.
Big return for the Jets on the punt by the Vikings. They'll have the ball at the 30-yard line with 1:22 left. Let's see if they can do anything to get points on the board here against the stingy Viking defense so far for Aaron Rodgers and company. Yeah, I like the outline on Denver as well, Dave. Let's see what that number is. Alternate line on the Broncos today to win by 10 points is at plus 320, actually plus 265. And the win by 13 or more is at plus 390. All right, so I kind of like that number too. That's going to be a juicy round robin type of play today. I think you're better suited if you're a type of player who likes to play stuff at 1 and then play other stuff at 4. This is the kind of slate I think you need to mix and match the 1 and 4 p.m. games a little bit. Just find the best ones on the board. This could be it. I like this better than all the other 4 o'clock slates games, I think. So I'll go ahead and match this one up with some of the other stuff I like earlier in the day with like the Bears over. Your Commanders probably in there somewhere as well. But give me the alternate line on the Broncos. I agree with you, Dave. Let's find a 2-touchdown score randomly for Denver, and that will complete our ticket for today. Since we talked about mixing and matching, 2 touchdown scorers. We don't have a ton of them offered, but Madison's 9-1, Javonte Williams 12-1, Bo Nix is 19-1, Cortland Sutton is at 27-1, Jaleel McLaughlin is at 30-1, Josh Reynolds 75-1, Little Jordan Humphrey is at 80-1, Dolich is at 80-1, Brock Bowers 35-1, Trey Tucker 40-1, Jacoby Myers 32-1. Cortland Sutton at 27-1 sounds appealing. So does Bo Nix at 19-1. Go ahead and give me the hot hand and Sutton because he's the better number. And we'll throw him in this long parlay that we got going on with Derrick Henry, Iasavias. Again, this is our long shot 2-touchdown scorer parlay that paid off on the air last week. Derrick Henry plus 260, Iasavias 43-1, Cole Kmet 45-1, Jalen Waddle 32-1, Dawson Knox now 90-1. We'll sprinkle Odell Beckham Jr. on here, although he's the same game as Waddle, just because he's 140-1 for 2 touchdowns. Why not? Just take the random shot at that. It's only going to cost us dimes, literally, not $1,000 dimes. I'm talking about 10 cents to the dollar. Jaden Daniels is at 10-1. Cortland Sutton at 27-1. I've heard of worse ones overall, Dave.
Yeah.
And if we do 10 cents a leg, let's see here. We'll win.
Touchdown Jets.
Lazard,
yep.
All right, Alan Lazard gets in for the Jets. So that will help the overs for those players who are playing that this morning. And Lazard's been a popular prop as well. Let's see. If we hit any 2 of these, Dave, we're going to win a couple $100. If we hit 3 of them, we're going to hit about $7,000 on the average. And I don't even think it'll let us bet 4. It won't. Okay. So $7 total to win $320,000 on this one. We can actually juice up this payout on the. Well, we'll do it like we did last week. We'll just take some guys out. All right. So again, this ticket, and I'll go ahead and try to post this on the board if I can get Nephew Dave to ramble for about 3 minutes straight about something. maybe the next game we'll give them we'll let them pick on the Giants here in a second. Let's see, 174. So I want to go over this ticket with everyone one more time, just because we won it last week. So what we have, 2 touchdown scores, and we're going to do a round robin. And there's going to be a total investment of $7. Just $7. Actually, we're going to take it up a little bit.
Taking it up to 10?
20 cents.
Oh.
Well, 20 cents on the 2-game parlays, 15 cents on the 3-game parlays. We might as well just make those 20 cents as well. So 20 cents to win $640,000. Actually, $14 to win $640,000. If any 2 of these guys hit, it's going to pay out about $400 on the average. The 2 touchdown scores are this: Derrick Henry, Andre Iosevius with the Bengals, Cole Kmet, tight end, Bears, Jalen Waddle, wide receiver, Dolphins, Dawson Knox, tight end, Bills, Odell Beckham Jr., receiver, Dolphins, Jaden Daniels, quarterback, Washington Commanders, and Cortland Sutton, 2 touchdowns for the Denver Broncos at 27-1 odds for him. You know what? We'll go ahead and put this bet in.
Fire away.
And we will take a picture of this, and we will send this on the screen here in 1 second. All right, Dave, anything else about this game for you?
No, I don't think so, Steve.
All right. Next game, and like I said, I'll see if I can get you to ramble for a minute.
All right.
We will do we'll give you the fun game. We'll give you the Packers and the Rams. Packers -3, over under 49.5. This over under going up. David, your thoughts here?
Yeah, it is going up, Steve, and I wanted to take it, and I still think you could. I think these teams have enough, especially with Jordan Love is playing, right? So yeah. He's in. I think Dobbs was actually out, though. I saw something about that. I want to check the injury report. We'll pull up that real quickly as we look for that.
Dobbs is suspended.
It's suspended. That's right. Yep. I saw that this morning. Which
conduct unbecoming.
Hurt my fantasy a little bit. So they're going to be without him, but I think they'll be okay. Christian Watson is doubtful as well. Luke Musgrave, the tight end, he is questionable. Jair Alexander, the cornerback, is questionable. If he doesn't play, think that helps the Rams' cause. And the Rams still with their same injuries. Kupp is out. Nakua on the IR. So we're going to get some different names getting chances here. But that's okay. I still think that these 2 teams are probably capable of doing that. Kyron -195 for any time. Josh Jacobs on there at -135. Jaden Reed -115. Here's Steve's man, Dontavian Wicks +140 and 10-1 for 2. He could be a big target today. So let's.
Del Grande likes him as well.
Does he? So I think that he's definitely in the conversation. I should have put him on my anytime. When I was doing that, I went right over him. I might have to come back to that. 2-2 Atwell getting a nice number +205. He's 18-1 for 2. Jordan Love anytime +330. 25-1 for 2. That I'm not sure about. So I think it's the cast of characters between Wicks and Atwell is where I would go there for the numbers anyway. So that's what I'm thinking, Steve. We got the passing props. You got to climb the ladder +275 or 275 plus passing yards, plus 125 for Jordan Love, plus 300 plus at 235. So climbing the ladder a little bit there, but I think he has the weapons to get it done. What do you think, Steve?
I like Jordan Love on the 2 touchdown.
The passing?
Yes.
Yep.
So I would do that for sure. Let's see here. All right. I think we're almost good to go on this ticket.
Oh, did I not give you enough time, Steve?
No. You actually did pretty good there, Dave. I liked it. Let's see here. My thoughts on this one are this. I like the Packers. I think it's somewhere like 24-17. I think Wicks does have a good game. I do like Love. I think they're just a little bit more firepower, a little bit more talented team than the Rams. Green Bay's defense underrated to me a little bit as well. So maybe able to subdue the Rams. And I didn't like what I saw from the Rams last week either in their game at Chicago. So that being said, go ahead and give me some Green Bay stuff. I do like the Wicks numbers. I do like the Jaden Reed numbers. The tight end is the other guy. What do you have for the tight end for his receiving yards?
Receiving yards.
Tucker
Kraft for receiving yards. Let's see here. He is down a bit.
And see if you can find me an alternate.
Alternate number. He is 50 yards or more plus 160. If you want 60 yards plus 270. 70 yards at 425, which I think is going to be a number you like, but I could see 50 or more.
All right, and I'm going to almost have this ticket ready.
Here
we go. I think we have it ready.
80 yards at plus 650. If you think missing a couple of them other guys gets them that high up there.
All right, so I put the 2 touchdown score ticket that won last week when we did live on the show is on the screen now. So Derrick Henry, Isavias, Komet, Waddle, Beckham Jr., Jaden Daniels, Dawson Knox, the sleeper, and we'll go ahead and throw Cortland Sutton on there as well. All right, Dave, do the next game. I'm good on this one. Give me the Packers 24-17. And we'll call it a day. Nothing crazy alt-line wise, and I think it leans under. I do like the Jordan Love 2 touchdown prop.
So next up would be
the Giants.
The Giants traveling to Seattle. Tough spot for New York here. I'm thinking over/unders 42.5. If the Giants could help out a little bit, I could see the number getting there. I could see probably being able to move that just a little bit. Giants plus 240 on the money line. We're going to go into the touchdown scores. Kenneth Walker, heavily favored, minus 180. Metcalf at plus 130. Smith and Jigba plus 190, 15-1 for 2. You could probably even sign me up for that. What do you like touchdown-wise, Steve?
You know what? DK Metcalf's been phenomenal so far. So I don't know how you don't use him somewhere. I'm not sure how you don't use Kenneth Walker either. After he had 3 touchdowns last week.
Right.
And DK had 1. I think you go right back to that well. Dave Del Grande likes Seattle to win this game handily. I think they're survivor worthy. I think they probably win this handily. It's hard for me to trust the Seahawks at the end of the day just because of what they've done in recent years. When you try to put your faith in them to blow out a team or win heavily, they just don't seem to do that. It's usually a loss or a closer game. In fact, they had to skate by New England, if you remember that. That was a game that went into overtime. But the Giants are not a good team, I don't think, at the end of the day. They showed a little sign of life they beat Cleveland. So that tells me all I need to know about Cleveland.
Right.
In fact, if it is raining there in that Cleveland game, I do have a ticket with the alternate under 31.5 in that game. At a big payout. I think it's almost 6-1 odds. The Giants, 1 win on the season. I'm not interested in anything they have to offer. Dave Del Grande did say that he would be interested in doing a ticket on Tyrone Tracy for his receiving yards, who is the running back for the Giants. So if I pull him up, Tyrone Tracy, who's going to start over Singletary today, his receiving number is at, let's see if they put him on here even.
He's plus 130 anytime.
Well, 12.5 over under because he is a receiving back. And do we have an alternate number on him? Yeah, we do get alternate receiving yards on Tracy, plus 280 for 25 yards. So that is a interesting little one considering there's no neighbors. Daniel Jones will probably dump it off to the running back at some point. So give me Tyrone Tracy, 25 receiving yards at plus 280, as they will be in catch-up mode, passing the ball most of the time here against Seattle at the end of the day. If I'm going to do some Kenneth Walker stuff, why not? Give me some Kenneth Walker. Kenneth Walker for 40 yards receiving is at plus 650. Big number for him. That he could literally get a screen pass and be gone and get that. I kind of think he's like a Breece Hall type of player. He just doesn't get enough passing attempts. He should get more and maybe gets more today. Daniel Jones rushing yards is only 31.5. Dave Del Grande likes that as well. Geno Smith 9.5. We'll avoid that like the plague. Kenneth Walker 70.5. Charbonnet is at 19.5 for his rushing yards. I'll take Seattle, Dave.
Yeah, it's a tough spot for the Giants there, and a game that they are probably not going to win.
All right, it's just after 11 a.m., 11:12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time here on the Round Robin. We're doing good. I like to get off the air by 11:15, 11:30, so we'll fit right in that window with these last couple of games. And I'm actually looking at next week's slate of games. Let me just go over the matchups real quick so we kind of get a fresh idea of who's playing next week. The Thursday games, the 49ers and the Seahawks. We have Jaguars at Bears, Commanders at Ravens, interesting game. Browns at Eagles, Colts and Titans, Texans at the Patriots. Oh, my goodness. The Texans are only minus 6.5 on that look ahead. The Packers host the Cardinals. The Chargers are at the Broncos. The Steelers are at the Raiders. Detroit is at Dallas. That's a good game. And the night game for is that the Sunday night game? Yeah, the Sunday night game. Wow. Bengals at the Giants. Woof. It's amazing the Giants get this much national attention on the national television.
It is, isn't it?
I mean, that game should be flexed out, to be honest. So obscure, weird kind of schedule next week overall. Tonight on Sunday Night Football, Dallas and Pittsburgh, a game I have not put a lot of thought into, to be honest.
No.
Minus 2.5, over under 43.5. I could see this being an over. I could see this being an under. I could see the Cowboys winning. I could see the Steelers winning. So give me the under 43.5 on a straight play in this game. We'll look at that. I don't think anything too exciting. I'm really not interested in touchdown scores either in this game. I mean, because we have just such good talent on both sides of the ball. I guess CD at plus 110, although he seems like he's been a letdown all year. Najee Harris is even money. Justin Fields plus 150. Pickens plus 175. Rico Dowdle would be the kind of guy who scores tonight at plus 195. Ezekiel Elliott is at plus 290. Jake Ferguson plus 300. Freiermuth is at plus 310. His production's been up a little bit. The passing numbers for these two guys tonight: Fields 186.5 baseline. Dak Prescott 241.5 for their passing touchdowns. Fields is plus 186 for 2. That's not the worst number. Dak Prescott plus 122 for 2. That's not the worst number either. But why do I see this game, if the over-under is 43.5, being 22-21? I said that last week about a game, and I was pretty close in that regard. So I could see the same thing, same type of deal in this game as well. Receiving numbers for these guys. The low-hanging fruit guys would be your Rico Dowdle, 12.5. Kevontae Turpin, 16.5. Freiermuth, 32.5. Tolbert, 33.5. Jake Ferguson, 46.5. Pickens, 54.5. CD Lamb, 77.5. 2 touchdown scores for the Steelers and the Cowboys in at Heinz Field, whatever it's called now. Is it Acrisure Stadium?
Yeah, yep.
Najee is 6-1, CD 8-1 for 2 touchdowns. Justin Fields 10-1, Pickens 13-1, Dowdle 14-1, Jake Ferguson 30-1, Ezekiel Elliott 30-1, Jalen Tolbert 33-1. Aaron Shamklin. There's an Aaron Shamklin. The first time mentioning him on the show, I think. Maybe we mentioned him last week. 34-1. Freiermuth 35-1. Van Jefferson 100-1. Darnell Washington 130-1. The defenses, Pittsburgh defense to score twice, 70-1. Dallas 75-1. You know what? Why could I not see this, to be honest? Maybe this is my angle. 2-game parlay. The Dallas defense and the Steeler defense both to get a touchdown is 45-1 odds, Dave. How about that?
I like it.
What do you like in this?
So, Steve, I tell you what, there's not a whole lot, but I do agree with you under the total. That's the kind of team that the Steelers tend to be, just because they have that really nice defense. And if I'm going to do anything here, Steve, knowing that Dallas really struggles defending the run, I would go with a Justin Fields anytime at plus 135, or even for 2 at 9-1. And then I would also give Najee Harris some consideration for either or as well, being anytime minus 125 or plus 475 for 2. That's just the kind of way to attack the Cowboys is on the ground. Again, they struggle with that. So the run defense, not quite what it was for them. That's going to make me lean towards the running back and the quarterback in Fields who can use his legs. So give me those 2 guys and give me the under.
All right. Yep, I'll look at the under. I'll look at the 2 defenses to score. Why not? Even if you take one or the other to score, you can make a profit. If you want to do a bigger bet, like $50 each on each defense to score. If they both score, you'll get $1,200. But if one of them scores, you'll either get $450 or you'll get $650. So that's not the worst deal in the world either, to be honest.
No.
All right. I think I'm good on that. And I can smell an upset in the Monday night game, Dave, with the Saints and the Chiefs. The Saints, although they're not the greatest team, they're a good team still. It's not like they're the worst team. And I think offensively, they probably have more talent than what the Chiefs can field right now. It's going to have to be Mahomes on his shoulders, literally, I think, to beat this team. I think 5.5 is too much. If the Chiefs win, they win by 3. Give me the Saints. But I think the Saints win this one outright, to be honest. If you want to do a real crazy super alt line, like I did on Monday night, hey, Tennessee won 31-12 at the end of the day.
Right.
So they were able to stomp Miami at home. I could see the similar type of score, honestly, in that game. I know the Chief Kingdom will be all up in arms when they hear that. But I'll call for the Saints to win outright in Kansas City on Monday Night Football. And you better not be trying to play catch up on your money to make it back on a losing weekend, putting all your eggs in the basket of the Chiefs, because I got news for you. That might not go good. The Saints are minus 9.5 at plus 680. Minus 12.5, 9-1 odds. I actually think all that is live, good to go. We are in the second half of this Jets and Vikings game, and the Vikings turn it over on downs on their first possession. Not on downs, no punt. So the Jets, an opportunity to cut it to a score here coming up. Who do you like in this game, Dave?
So I like, with the injury there to Rice on the side of Kansas City, I like Xavier Worthy to step up and kind of take the lead. Plus 145 anytime, 11-1 for 2. That is an interesting number to me. That is something that might get considered, but if we're going to go of the way I think that's just the way I want to play this one, knowing that I was pretty high on Worthy all along. So let's see, Worthy for 50 plus receiving yards at 135. Sign me up for 60 plus receiving yards for plus 225. That's the number I like. And like I said, I think he kind of takes the lead. Mahomes, finds a way to get him the ball. He's going to be one of the better playmakers now that they have. So with that being said, Steve, give me some Worthy stuff in this one. Probably some same game stuff coming up. If we feel like getting into that one, we'll make that choice either this evening or tomorrow. But I could see if the Saints can get back on track covering this spread, Steve. So give me plus 5.5 and give me Worthy.
I'll take the Saints to win this outright. I'll lay off the props for now, knowing that something will fester in the next 24 to 36 hours. 36 would be a little extreme. But we'll say the next 24 to 30 hours, I'll come up with something prop-wise. We can probably mention it on What the Puck's Going On, Dave.
Yep.
Our hockey show tomorrow night at 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. What the Puck is going on here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. There's the promo for it coming in October. What the Puck is going on. Deep End's coverage of the NHL. Well, it is October. It's October the 7th tomorrow. So we'll have a show 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We won't have any games tomorrow, but we'll look back at the split of New Jersey and Buffalo over the weekend, and then we'll have a triple header on Tuesday, and we'll look at some of the key games coming up in week 1 and kind of do a season preview type of show for about an hour tomorrow night. So What the Puck is going on here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network, our coverage of the National Hockey League. And I'll have to get some Florida Panther celebration music to open the show. I'll have to work on that tomorrow. All right, so let's go ahead and do our most popular sounder in the universe. That would be we go for 2. Let me get the graphic up. We'll cue up the sounder. Takes a second to kick in. But these will be our 2 touchdown scores for this afternoon. There's been a lot of 2 touchdown scores here in September. Can that trend keep up for October? And I think more so than any month we've seen, just the amount of 2 touchdown scores we've had. And it's paid off for us as well. So let's see if we can keep that going.
Johnny. 4 weeks. 20 papers, that's $2 plus tip.
Gee, Johnny, I don't have a dime. Sorry.
Didn't ask for a dime. $2.
I give it to him, Ralph, and a Ric Flair.
It's a jungle out there. You got to look out for number 1, but don't step at number 2.
Utah, give me 2.
And Jimmy 2 times, who got that nickname because he said everything twice, like...
I'm going to go get the papers,
All right, Dave, your 2 touchdown scores today.
All right, we're going to start it off with Derrick Henry. We spoke about him all morning long, so throw him on there. I'm going to go with Stephon Diggs' revenge game for 2 today. We're going to throw Jaden Daniels in there, using his legs, punching them in. And, Steve, we're going to round it off with DeAndre Swift. We're going to round robin that. I'm going to punch the numbers in here shortly. But I'll tell you what, if we can get a couple of them home, we'd be having a very nice day.
The Ant-Man will take Mark Andrews for 2. Travis Etienne for 2. Jordan Mason for 2. And Kyron Williams for 2. I said it earlier on the show. Kyron Williams is about a layup as you can get for a single touchdown. A big favorite him today, as Mason is, as Derrick Henry are all big favorites of over $2 to score a touchdown this afternoon. All right. My 2 touchdown scorers. This list is a little long here because I have a lot of them. But the ticket that we did on the show, I'll go ahead and repeat that one time. If I can pull that up real quick. Derrick Henry, Ila Sevillas for Cincinnati, Cole Kmet, Jalen Waddle, Odell Beckham Jr. on a very, very long shot of 150 to 1. Why not? It's only 10 cents. Dawson Knox, Jaden Daniels, Cortland Sutton. Those are my long shot ones. My ones that I would have more faith in to score 2 touchdowns, which caught the bulk of my ticket today. I do have Jefferson for 2, not happening. I do have Garrett Wilson for 2, not happening yet. Anyway, there's a shot with Chase Brown, Derrick Henry. I would like DJ Moore against his old team today. Tyreek Hill at 17 to 1. How do you pass that up and not put him on a ticket? Stephon Diggs against his old team today. I like Jaden Daniels as well. I like the Jordan Mason as well. And I like the Dontavian Wicks as well. Why not go back to the well on him, as he's been cashing out tickets for us big time. All right, Dave, your best bets for today.
All right, best bets. We're going to start it off here. Baltimore Ravens minus 9.5 on the alt spread. I think they get it done in Cincy today. We're going to give the Bears a little love. Let's try it out. Why not? Bears minus 5.5 today. We're going to make Steve happy and go with a Patriots upset there, straight up on the money line. And then we're going to round things off with another prop that I liked. Each team to score a rushing and a passing touchdown in today's game. That is the Bills and the Texans.
The Dolphins are the system play because they are a underdog, or they are a favorite on the road against a divisional opponent with the same record or worse. The worst being the visiting team as the favorite. So the Dolphins minus 1.5. System play, I believe, 5-0 in our first 2 seasons. It doesn't happen much. This is the first one of the season. I can't play it because I'm a Patriots homer. But I'll take the Dolphins team total points over 17.5 today. I'll look at that. This to be a sneaky over game. I'll also look at the Carolina game to be a sneaky over game with the Bears. I think we can get points in the Ravens and Bengals game, and I do like the Ravens on the road. Best bets, again, for me, give me the Commanders. I'll lay points there and alternate points as well. Give me a lower scoring game in San Francisco with the 49ers and the Cardinals. Give me the Broncos on an alt line. I think they can win today. And do I want to alt line the Seahawks? Probably not, but I'm not going to be surprised if they win by 14 or more. Outright upset, I'll call for the Saints to win in Kansas City as well. Props that I'll be looking at, quarterbacks to score 2 touchdowns. I'll start the list with Dalton, Stroud, and Love. I'll probably throw Bo Nix on there since he's paying so good, and somebody else as well. I'll look at Derrick Henry receive yards as a sleeper play. I'll look at Dalton passing yards. I'll look at Caleb Williams passing yards. I'll look at Beckham Jr. alternate receiving yards since it's so low. I'll take a look at Jacoby Brissett rush yards. I'll take a look at Dawson Knox potentially to get a touchdown. I'll take some C.J. Stroud rush yards. I'll take some Jaden Daniels passing yards. I'll take some Tyrone Tracy receiving yards. And let's see, anything else I want to throw on? Del Grande says maybe take a shot on Bo Melton for the Packers for a touchdown. He does like DeAndre Swift as well. He liked Conklin receiving yards over, and Conklin's flown over that total today. So he is in the books for us on his receiving number on the bet already. So we'll move on with that and be happy there. All right, Dave, good job. We'll do What the Puck is going on tomorrow night, 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time here on the Deep End Broadcasting Network. We'll queue up the pie tasters. Any last words, Dave?
Steve, no. Good luck to everybody, and hopefully we can find some interesting stuff there in the NHL tomorrow with that season opening up. Pretty excited about that, and I think we will be able to find some pretty good things to look at.
Yeah, give us a chance to get in midseason form a little bit. But I'm going to do some studying myself. I think even while the games are on today, we'll take a look. And we'll take the Mets game 2 today and the Phillies. Taking the win by 4 runs. You'll get paid big time. Round Robin returns week 6 next Sunday morning. Good luck.